All right, we're live.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy spring break. Happy St. Patty's Day. We are going to go ahead and get this meeting kicked off with a roll call. And a lot of faces on here. So I'm going to go ahead and, there we go. Amy Patillo.
Here.
Sarah Hudson.
Here.
Wendy Hundley.
Here.
I do not see a Gavin. Do we have Gavin?
I do not see him on.
Okay. No Gavin yet. And Buck noted that he was not going to be able to make the meeting this evening. So we do have quorum. I am going to go ahead and open up the public comments with a couple of my own, if that's okay. But as far as public comments, when we open it up to everyone, I would just request that state your name, an address for the record, and then kind of hold your comments to 3 minutes. And public comments are generally for any items not already on the agenda, so not otherwise open to discussion at another point. First and foremost, guys, I am very sad to report that we lost a hero to the city of Rollingwood. Former council member John Lindell. He passed away Saturday, February 27th in 2021, or this year, I suppose, at the age of 90. John served several terms on the council over the years, was instrumental in both commercial PUDs, especially in Rollingwood Town Center, and numerous improvements up and down Bee Caves Road. Really want to thank him for his service. He did a lot to improve this community. His legacy is going to have a long-lasting impact on our community, and we're sincerely thankful for it. What I also want his family to know is that our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we're saddened by the loss. Another thing this month is National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. This is, we're talking about healthcare providers who care for, it honors healthcare providers, care for patients with diseases of the colon and rectum. They're a valuable part of the community, and they take great care to provide an opportunity to educate their community about the disease and promote awareness of the importance of colorectal cancer, screening, prevention, and treatment. Many people with colorectal cancer experience no symptoms in the early stages of the disease, and Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to offer education on the signs and symptoms of colorectal cancer and the importance of early detection and screening. Every month, we have important things to consider. This specifically is something that has impacted our community and some members of our community in serious ways. So, guys, this is your PSA. Make sure you pay attention to this. Check it out. Get educated, and make sure that you're happy and healthy, not only for yourself but your family and for this community. Finally, and I'll stop talking, at least temporarily. I would like to propose the postponement of item 12. This is discussion and possible action to repeal or amend section 4-94, the City Code of Ordinances, to create an off-leash area advisory committee to identify needed improvements and maintenance, to assess public opinion, shape policy, survey off-leash users, and park visitors who are not off-leash users. There's some other aspects to that. It's available in your packet, just in case. I'm sure you're mostly tired of hearing me read. I would propose that this is an item that has obviously generated considerable feedback from the community, considering that it is also in the middle of spring break, and that there are a number of folks that I'm sure would like more information on this item. That's my proposal. Obviously, council, it is up to you to decide whether or not a postponement is in the council's council's desire. With that, I will yield to additional public comments. At this point in time, you have a raise hand icon down in the bottom of your screen. I forgive me, Ashley, I do this every time. If you're dialing in, I'm not sure if anyone's dialing via phone, but there's a methodology there as well. And if Ashley, you wouldn't mind walking us through that?
Sure. It looks like we do have one person dialing in. It is
Okay.
*9 to raise your hand on the phone.
Great. And so I've got, I see some names up here. I'm just going to call on the hands as they've raised. Again, I would request that you hold your, try to hold your comments for 3 minutes. Be respectful of what is likely a longer agenda. Jordan Scott, you had your hand up first.
Hi, everybody. I just want to give a quick thank you to all to our mayor, to our council, and all the staff and contractors that helped Rollingwood during Snowpocalypse. For some of us who have been shut-ins for the last year, it's been really amazing to see how well our community came together and kind of for us, by us, managed to get ourselves through that weather event. So a true, from the deepest part of my heart, thank you. It's going to be one of the highlights of a very strange year, was seeing our community to come together and help for us. And I look forward and have already given the mayor my commitment to, as these weather events become more common in the future, starting to figure out how we can get better at responding to these events in their different shapes, sizes, and forms as a community. So again, thank you to everyone there. I know y'all worked long, hard hours, and we really do as a community appreciate it.
Thanks, Jordan. And I don't want it to go unstated that you were a key set of hands and a really good head on your shoulders. Thank you very much for all the time and effort that you put in to making sure this community had its footing under it. As well, condolences to your family, Layla's mother, and your mother-in-law. I think that's, is that Marnie Fitzgerald? Hi, Marnie, you're up.
Hi, I'm sorry it says Rollingwood Women's Club. I don't know how to change that. Hello, Marnie Fitzgerald here. I'm not representing the Rollingwood Women's Club at this time. It's just that my name appears as a participant under that name. I just wanted to make my comment that I appreciate what you said, Mayor Dyson, about postponing the agenda item 12. I read through your extensive package for tonight's agendas, and just the section alone for that one item about the off leash is like 58, for me it's 58 pages long. And I know that it's a hot topic in our neighborhood, and a lot of people want to voice their opinions and be heard, and it is spring break, and unfortunately people are just not available to address these things at such short notice between Friday and today. So that was my one comment, please table that discussion until your next meeting. I hope that all your council members will hear my call and respond. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us, Marnie. Melissa Morrow.
I also, can you hear me?
Sorry, Melissa, you're breaking up a little bit. There you go. It's a little better.
Okay.
There you
Yeah.
are.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I want to thank you guys for postponing. I really support the effort to research and maximize the resources for the complementary and diverse uses of our valuable park space. And I think this will give all of our stakeholders a little more time to contribute their perspectives. And I want to just go ahead and throw my hat in the ring. I am happy to serve on an off-leash area advisory committee to identify and assess needs and help build community partnerships to support the maintenance and operation of these multi-use spaces. And I really appreciated all of the items in the packet. And I just want to, I really think that the information from the city of Austin, they would give us a really good running start, because they clearly had thought through a lot of it, but we're also not the city of Austin. And so I know that we'll want to curtail it to things that are more specific to us. I hope that we will really take more ownership and invest in that green space that's over on the Endeavor track, because it's a little gem that we haven't really taken advantage of. And I'm gonna throw it out to Western Hills Little League emeritus president Chris Ellis, and see if we can't rope him into helping with some of those improvements. He's a past president of Western Hills and, one of the people who put that deal together. So I think we might have a good chance to improve that area. Anyway, that's it. And thanks so much we'll see you in April.
Great. Thanks a lot, Melissa. Okay, I don't see any other hands up for public comments, but if there are any, I guess if there's anyone else that is interested in making a public comment for an item not on the agenda, now's a great time to raise your hand.
I can't figure out how to raise my hand. I don't know why, because I've been on a million Zoom calls.
Oh.
My name's Laura Richardson. Sorry.
Hey, Laura. Yeah.
Hi.
Okay.
Sorry. Real quick. Yeah. I sent an email to everyone, and I appreciate the quick response from you as well as Wendy. I also agree with Marnie that we should table this discussion for another month out. We need more time to, really intake all the information and sort of the proposal and fully understand what's going on. In the, quite frankly, 48 hours, I barely got my hands wrapped around everything, and I would hate to be misinformed or misconstrue what is being put forth and understanding. So I would really appreciate if the committee would and the council would provide more time for us. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us, and seems like a pretty reasonable request. Any other public comments? Going once, going twice. Oh, hey, yes, I see. Well, it says Annie Hudson, but I'm
Yeah,
guessing not
I'm
Annie.
Don Hudson.
Hi, Don.
I just agree with that this should be postponed. It's kind of a big deal, and it's spring break, so I just want to say I'm in support of postponing this till April or whenever.
Okay. Well, thank you, Don.
Welcome.
Any other public comments?
Mayor, can I just make a public comment that Buck and I were wanting to postpone the item because we got a lot of comments in from the community and concern. And so that was our intention to postpone tonight, since it's our item on the agenda until April. So if anyone is wondering, what we would say when we get to that agenda item, is we were planning to postpone it.
Well, I'll tell you what, how about we move through the rest of public comments. We'll move consent agenda, and I'll call up item 12, assuming there's no objection, and we can go ahead and take action and then move through the regular agenda. Does that work? Nods, shakes, nods, seeing a fair amount of nods. Okay. So I tell you what, if there's no other public comments, what we're going to do then, well, first, we're going to recognize that Gavin Massengill has joined us. Hey, Gavin, looking sharp in that tie, stellar. We will then move on to the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda, the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move passage of the consent agenda.
Do we have a second, council? No, a second. So we have a motion from Gavin, a second from Wendy. Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Sorry, aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Amy Patillo.
Aye.
All right. All right, consent agenda passes. Thank you, council. As previously mentioned, I'm going to go ahead and move into the regular agenda and call up item 12. I'll save you all from my reading it again, but this is with regards to conversation around the off-leash area and advisory committee. Council, do we have any action there?
I move to postpone the agenda item until time certain April for discussion and possible action. But also just to make comment that in order for the city council to discuss any item, we have to put it on the agenda and it has to be part of a noticed meeting. So we can't, as city council members, have a discussion behind closed doors about the issues that are going on at the off-leash dog area. And so this is the way that we open up the community conversation. It is not that we wanted to pull anything slick or have some hidden agenda. There's nothing nefarious going on, but it is, there have been issues that have been brought to our attention on both sides. And I think it's a good time for having our community participate and finding some solutions so that we can make this a better place for everyone. So I hope that people understand that this is the way that public open government works. So I wanted to make sure to express that.
Thanks, Wendy. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Amy. Discussion, council? Not hearing any. I'll go ahead and call the vote. Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Okay, well, guys, we will postpone until April. I do want to emphasize a key point that Wendy made, that we can't discuss this publicly without having this on the agenda. In future, one of the things that we do when we're setting up an agenda is to include both discussion, the operative language of discussion and possible action. The reason being, if we don't include and possible action, the council can talk until they're blue in the face, but they are not legally allowed to make a decision. In the future, and perhaps council, something we might consider is, we include that language largely to keep all options open. But perhaps in the future on subject matter such as this, you might consider striking and possible action, just so that the community can be keenly aware that it is just a discussion point. And I understand that, we generally wouldn't want to do that simply because it limits our availability, but just as a go forward, something we might consider.
I would like to comment on that. I actually was specifically putting it for discussion and possible action.
Mhm.
And I added it on later after talking to some people and thinking about different issues that were going on. The Delana track was added to the agenda item just because people were having trouble accessing the field sometimes when they were being used by Little League. So I thought that the council might take action to possibly open up that as an additional area so that people would have a relief area to go to when the fields
Makes
weren't
sense.
being used. And I think it was construed as that we were going to replace the fields with that area. And I think that's what people thought that the agenda item was about, but it was actually added in so that we could consider having an additional place for off-leash dog use during the season. So just want to clarify that.
No, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you, Wendy. And I think what that also underscores is why you guys made an excellent decision to postpone until next month, so that we can make sure that messaging is properly conveyed to the community, the purpose, I suppose. Go ahead, Amy.
I just want to make one more comment too about, I prefer when we put something on the council packet, unless it's truly discussion, like a presentation, that we have the option to take action, because council members can't individually take action off the dais. This is the time that we work together. Because of the Open Meetings Act, I can only talk to one other council member before the meeting.
Mhm.
This is the time where I'm collecting information as well and hearing what issues are present. And so to limit us to not be able to take action means also potentially to limit us to not be able to direct our city administrator to do certain types of research, or to direct our city attorney to do work that we need done so that we can move things
Correct.
forward. It's part of, I think, we want to be transparent, and I think there is some education component that can always happen to help people understand why agenda items are written the way they are. But I would hesitate to decide that in the future, just because something may be a topic that may require multiple meetings of discussion, that we would limit it to not have action with it.
Really fair points. Thank you, Amy. Elizabeth Bray, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was late coming into the call.
No problem.
If this is planned to be discussed next month, I just have a request, please. The information packet was substantial and very helpful. Thank you kindly. However, the item, the way that it was proposed and written in the agenda was somewhat pejorative, if not potentially could be read as bias. There were many unsubstantiated claims that were made about incidents. And I hope that the council will address that with some facts about those incidents that the public can be made aware of, because that I couldn't find information about that in either the information package or anywhere in the media or social media or social. Yeah. So I would love to see some more information on that, because that was confusing.
You bet. Thank you, and thank you for your comment. And that actually goes, I think, really to both what Amy and Wendy were noting, that if we were to take out and action in this scenario, it might limit the ability for council to instruct, say, Amber and or Ashley, our city secretary, to go and compile that information that you've just noted. So there we go, an unintended civics lesson for the evening. I hope it was helpful for everyone, and but these are all great points, and I certainly appreciate it. Mr. Hudson, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I'm going to sign off. I did come here to be involved in the item 12 discussion, but thank you all very much for your time and all that. So signing off, see you next month.
I'll be honest with you, you don't have to. We've got a lot of other items on here that if you were able to stick around and walk through, it might solve future problems for surprise.
You know what I'll do? I'm going to listen.
Fair enough.
I'm going to leave it on and I'm going to listen.
That's okay. We also have these as recordings, so you can always feel free on your time by the pool or wherever to tune in to a city council meeting and get up to date on your goings on in the community. In the meantime, Mr. Hudson, and kind of joking aside, I do appreciate you, as sure as the council does, for taking the time to join us this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
We will move, assuming we're good. I don't see any other hands raised. Elizabeth Bray, you still have your hand up, but I'm going to assume that you're good. Okay, all right on. So I'll move on to item 4, if that's okay then. Discussion possible action on preliminary engineering report for the Nixon Pleasant drainage project. Gavin and Sarah, you've both been great spearheading this. Would either of you like to take the floor to provide the update?
Sure, I will kind of open it up and then hopefully pretty quickly toss it to Kay Freeze. But I guess, first of all, appreciation goes out to Sarah for all of her hard work. As you know, I'm a little bit busy these days, and she's really stepped up and helped us kind of spearhead this as well. Since our last meeting, obviously, we approved moving forward with the PER, which I would like to have Kay Freeze give us a rundown of. They did a lot of great work, and I think council will be interested in what they have to offer. Sarah and I also then did another sort of sidebar stakeholder meeting with a few of the homeowners who had looked at kind of the first draft of the PER and had some comments and questions and some tweaks that they thought were important to see in that. So Sarah and I had an opportunity to get back with Kay Freeze. They were very responsive in making some of those changes and kind of letting us kind of express some of the concerns from some of the homeowners, not necessarily concerns, but trying to get some clarification and make sure that the phasing was done appropriately and that we were really trying to address the key problem there at the intersection of Pleasant and Nixon in this first round of PER. We can talk a little bit more later regarding next steps and what that would look like and what the design phase would potentially be as we kind of wrap up and hear from Kay Freeze on their presentation. But I think we continue to make significant progress. I think Sarah and I both want to continue to press this forward to make sure that we're, even if they're incremental steps, taking true steps toward a solution for this problem that we've dealt with for a long, long time. So Sarah, did I miss anything in kind of that short recap?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. I do want to point out that the revised version of the PER was just attached to the agenda like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes, whatever, 20 minutes before the meeting started. So there is probably nobody that has had a chance to look over the latest version of this.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I would ask Kay Freeze when they speak up here in a moment to be sure and walk through some of the changes that were made. You don't have to go in great detail, but just highlight some of those for council so that we're all on the same page going forward.
Thank you both. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to, I think, is Lauren that's joined us this evening?
Yes.
Hi, Lauren.
Hello, I'm going to share my screen here. All right. So my name is Lauren Wick-Moore, and I'm with Kay Freeze. Tonight we're going to present kind of some of the findings for the preliminary engineering report for the Nixon Pleasant project. We're going to go over it at kind of a high level overview in the interest of time. There'll be some time for questions after this presentation. And as Sarah mentioned, there's an updated report that was just sent out. So we'll kind of go over some of the things that changed between the two reports that showed up in the original council packet and in the revised council packet. So just kind of going over some of the project overviews. The Nixon Pleasant areas here shown orange. We know this has been an ongoing issue in the city of Rollingwood. It's also identified as these three project letters VK and N in the infrastructure improvements plan. Kay Freeze conducted for the city of Rollingwood. So with this PER, we were tasked with creating a study that doesn't necessarily represent the final construction design, but we're looking at schematic solutions and potential costs. So the city is able to budget and plan for the different phases of this project and able to implement those. And through this presentation, we'll walk through primary goals and schematic solutions, phasing, some easement needs, and next steps. So just starting out with some quick project history. In October of 2020, we had an initial meeting with the citizens in the city. We can go over drainage issues and concerns in the area. And then in November, we were kicked off on the PER. We had several other communications with the citizens in the city where they were able to provide feedback at different steps in the PER process, so that we were able to address their concerns. We received their feedback and were able to incorporate it into the PER. And this picture just shows some of the existing drainage issues in the area. This is taken near the intersection of Nixon and Pleasant, looking north up Pleasant Drive, and you can see the significant flooding and some of the fast moving water that occurs in the roadway. And I apologize if some of these pictures are a little fuzzy, some taken from screenshots from some videos we received from the homeowners in the area. So the primary goals for this project were to reduce some of that fast moving water in the Nixon Pleasant area, as well as the standing water that occurs. It creates hazardous conditions for emergency vehicles and residents trying to access their homes. We're also looking at reducing some of the repetitive and frequent flooding that occurs in several of these properties, particularly around that Nixon Pleasant intersection. We're also looking at trying to capture as much of the flow in the street as possible and reduce what flows through private properties and some of their channels if they make some improvements on their properties. And then also looking at improving the conveyance in that creek between Pleasant Cove and Catley Drive. This shows the 100-year inundation map, just kind of to give you an overview of some of the flooding issues and where some of the water comes from and enters this Nixon Pleasant area. So the 2 points of concentrated discharge that discharge stormwater into Pleasant Drive are between this 312 and 314 property here, as well as this 306 Pleasant Drive property. From there, the water continues downhill. And as you can see, creates some flooding issues at this corner in particular at the 300 Pleasant Drive property, as well as the 303 Nixon Drive property. And then you can see some of the flooding that would occur in a large storm event like this 100-year event and cause potential damage to these properties along the existing channel here behind Nixon Drive. We designed this PER based on the 25-year and 100-year storm events. So for the most part, we were looking at containing the 25-year storm event in the storm sewer and then checking the 100-year storm event to see if we could contain as much as possible in easements and right-of-ways. We also based the flows on future conditions, which we assumed 50% impervious cover for residential lots. And this was based on some of the recent permits we've received or reviewed for the city over the past year and the impervious cover amounts we were seeing on the lots. So we wanted to make sure that we were creating a system that would last for future years with the increase in impervious cover that we were seeing on a lot of these lots that were being rebuilt. This table on the right shows some of the historic rainfall events. Again, noting this is from the airport, since there's not a official rain gauge in Rolling Woods, so some of these storm events might not be accurate for the Rolling Wood area, but pretty close. I know this question came up a couple times in some of the public meetings we had. Wanted to get an idea of what a 100-year or 25-year storm event looked like. So, as you can see, the last 100-year storm event took place in November of 2001. So it's been about 20 years since we've seen a storm event like that. And then these photos are from the videos sent in, I think it was when the rainfall event was April 2019 rainfall event, which was between 2 and 5 years tournament. So this is looking south down Pleasant at the intersection of Nixon and Pleasant. And you can see the ponding of water. There's an inlet at this corner, culvert inlet at this corner, but you can see it's undersized. So there's creates some backup in the flooding back in this yard. And then this photo is looking north at Pleasant Drive and shows some of the flows that run down Pleasant Drive and some of the pumping that occurs in that area as well. So this is the overall schematic improvements that we're proposing with PER. There are a lot of labels on here, but we're just kind of going to look at the overview and the general improvements that are proposed here. So starting from the downstream end, the PER is proposing to upsize the culvert at Hatley Drive so that it's able to better accommodate those larger storm events. We're also looking at channel improvements between the Hatley Drive and Pleasant Cove area. This channel improvement we're proposing in PER is a 30-foot wide bottom with varying wall heights between 2 and 4 feet, depending on the topography in the area. We did explore several other options, including trying to contain all the flow within the box culverts. But once we got into the pricing of that, it was just too cost prohibitive to pursue. We also looked at doing more of a natural channel, grassland channel. But that option would require much more easement than this option that we're proposing in PER, just since with the 4-foot deep channel and a 3-to-1 side slope, you need a minimum of 12 feet on each side of that channel, in addition to the bottom width of the channel, which would be about 30 feet. And then also with these improvements, we're proposing to do some regrading at the intersection of Nixon and Pleasant. There's currently a low spot with no inlet, so we'll be finding water that occurs there. So we're looking at regrading that intersection and relocating the low spot so that it's by an inlet and there's no ponding issues that would occur there. And then just the general storm sewer improvements. So the outfall is proposed between the 305 and 303 Nixon Drive properties where there's currently an existing channel. That would be the outfall for the storm sewer system. And then the storm sewer system would continue up to about that 312 Pleasant Drive property. Along the storm sewer system, we're looking at trying to collect in culvert entrances those concentrated currency discharge that I mentioned earlier in the presentation here at this 312 and 306 Pleasant Drive property, and then also proposing several other curb inlets along the roadway to collecting the flow that flows along the streets. And then this slide shows the phasing and costs, which is the main thing that differs from the original PER in the original packet that was sent out. So we broke up the project into a couple different pieces to be able to budget for and mix and match to a certain extent. As long as it makes sense hydraulically for which phases we're constructing at one time. So one phase would be include the Hatley culvert upsizing, which we're estimating to be around $300,000. Another phase would be these channel improvements behind Nixon Drive. I've also got a couple of slides coming up that will show you some rough ideas of what it could look like, but I also don't want to get too bogged down in the details of that since we'll get that settled once we're actually on design. And then the first segment of storm sewer system runs from that outfall between the 303 and 305 Nixon Drive area up to the 302 Pleasant Drive property. And the second segment of storm sewer would run from that 302 Pleasant Drive property up to where Pleasant Drive starts to curve. And then the final segment of storm sewer shown in this purple area until the end of 312 Pleasant Drive property. These are just a couple images of what that channel could look like. But again, as I mentioned, we don't want to get too bogged down in this, but just wanted to give you an idea of what this could look like. In the design phase, we'll look at tree protection and trying to maintain as much of the natural vegetation that there is possible. So some of the examples of what the line channel could look like are more of a poured concrete channel with stamped stones, or we've got options that this top right picture, bottom left picture, the stacked limestone look, and then this middle bottom picture shows more of a natural river rock channel. And then finally, this bottom right option shows the Gabion basket, which is like a wire mesh basket filled with stones. So another option. And then they cover a few of the cross sections in that channel area. So this cross section shows the outfall for that storm sewer pipe in that kind of taking advantage of that existing channel between 303 and 305 Nixon Drive. And we'll install a velocity dissipator to slow down some of that water and reduce some of the erosion that occurs there. And then also, I'm going to make sure that we're looking at properly armoring the channel to make sure we're not causing erosion issues, especially as this well as turning kind of into that main creek area. And then this shows a cross section of that main channel between Hatley Drive and Pleasant Cove. Replace the channel a little more offset towards the east. Trying to take advantage of these steeper slopes on this property line. We think for the most part, we're trying to push the channel this way, with this area being underutilized, and hoping that also by kind of reinforcing this slope that will prevent future erosion issues. And then as well as on the west side of the proposed channel, we've got existing easement with utility poles. So just trying to avoid having to relocate those as much as possible. But again, this is seeing the final channel, and there's something to work through with the final design. And then these are a couple of the properties that we're anticipating needing some easement from. The first is the 2910 Hatley Drive property, to be able to construct the main channel between Hatley Drive and Pleasant Cove. And then as well as these other three properties along Nixon Drive for the channel improvements. And then we're looking at two other small easements that might potentially be needed at both 301 and 306 Nixon Drive for those covered entrances. And then this brings us to our recommendations and next steps. So we recommend, like, this is the phase one of construction. That consists of the channel improvements shown in orange over here, as well as the segment one of storm sewer improvements shown in green. And we estimate the cost of this to be between $900,000 to $1.1 million for construction. We do have some design, surveying, geotech, that's also wrapped up in that. And then from here, the next steps are the city approving what they want to call phase one of these improvements. And then we'll start working on the design, getting the detailed survey and other field investigations needed for the design of this project. Let's just start looking at the easement acquisitions and then finally the bidding and construction phase of this project. So it's kind of a quick rundown of the findings in the PER. And so opening up to questions.
Any questions, anyone?
So we, what action are we being taken, or are we being asked to take tonight? Actually, approving phase one?
No actions quite yet. Well, we're going to talk about that in a second, but and I actually have some questions for Kay Freeze on that in that regard. But so let's talk about that in a minute. I guess Lauren and AB, if you would kind of walk us through. You know, we sort of adjusted a little bit of the phasing to make sure that we didn't go quite as far up Pleasant, and that we were really covering from sort of midway up the street all the way to what I call the turn there in that channel improvement. So really, just to clarify for council, yeah, this is the right slide. So when we're talking about, in my mind, phase one, we're really talking about just segment one and the channel improvement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we are proposing. This phase one.
And we're stopping short of, like, we do think there's probably some Hatley culvert improvement to accomplish at some point, but it's not necessary to achieve the goal that we're trying to achieve at Pleasant Nixon. Is that correct?
Right. So with these phase one improvements shown in green and orange, the level of service we think these improvements will provide would be about for the 10-year storm event, and maybe somewhere between 10 and 25 year storm event. But once all of these improvements are constructed, we think we'll be able to handle the 25 and 100 year storm events.
Okay. And depending on what the final design looks like and how it's, we spent some time talking with you all about maybe some, and you gave some good pictures there, but we're not tied to any specific design criteria yet, including any specific aesthetic. And depending on what we specify for some of that would depend, I mean, you have, you talk about a 50-foot easement there, but that may not necessarily be what we would need. That's kind of your all-inclusive approach. But if we pick a design that doesn't require some of the tiebacks and some of those sorts of things, is it safe to say that that may not be what's ultimately needed?
Right. So I guess the limits of the easement and the location could shift a little bit as we get into the final design. And then, as I mentioned, depending on the type of wall and height of the wall, some of these easement needs might be adjusted.
Okay. And really, my main point there is, and you alluded to it earlier, Lauren, was the goal here is not to get bogged down too much in some of those design specifics, but rather to sort of, now that we, the PER has narrowed it down and sort of defined what the overall project looks like in terms of the phasing, which is what we ask you to do. So we have the segment one, the segment two, the segment three, the channel, and the culvert. We now know what all of that would look like in a full built out approach. But to Wendy's question earlier, as we continue this discussion tonight, for our purposes, really what we're focused on is that segment 1 and the channel improvement, which would, we feel like, probably get us a solution to this problem that we've dealt with for many years now. Is that helpful, Wendy? Now, my overriding, I think, question, let me back up first of all and say a big pat on the back to all the neighbors all along this this project, and especially right there at Pleasant Nixon. I couldn't be more proud of how well they've all worked together and just really gone above and beyond to be neighborly and say they would be willing to do whatever needs to be done for their neighbors. I think there's a lot of empathy for those who are experiencing the brunt of most of this flooding. So a big shout out to all of those neighbors for their willingness to work with us. I guess my question to Kay Freeze is what do you envision to be next steps for us? What, if we were to take an action tonight, what would that action be to take the next step, and what is that next step?
So I think the next step would be determining phase 1, which if everybody's on board with the channel improvements, and then the segment 1 of the storm sewer improvements. So from there, I guess making sure or see if we can kick off the design part of this project. And again, we've got some detailed process in the report. We show the estimated design, survey, geotech, and I think environmental costs, which will be a percentage of the construction costs. So kind of once we're able to narrow down what we're designing, and if there's some cost benefit with doing the survey for the whole area now versus breaking it up in pieces and having to pay for that mobilization of the surveying services, with each piece, that cost that we're showing for the engineering fees may shift a little bit. But yeah, essentially the next step would be to approve what is phase 1, so we can get some scope and services for those phase 1 designs services.
So some of those costs that you just named, are those are included in your cost there for the channel improvement in the segment 1?
Yeah, so they're included in the, like as a percentage of the total construction cost for, I guess we took it as 15% across the board of all the fees for the construction costs. But like I said, we haven't gotten hard numbers from any of the sub-consultants or anything, so that cost could vary slightly from what we're showing.
I'm having trouble hearing you a little bit, Lauren.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else.
If I may, let me reiterate that, because I think Lauren is making an important point. So first of all, the next steps, like Lauren is saying, is we need to decide what phase 1 is going to be. And so if it's a channel improvements and segment 1 storm drain work, then what we would then begin to do is scope that work out, and then figure out what the next specific steps are going to be. Once we start in the design, we'll be able to really define how much easement we need, what kind of wall system we're going to use, the materials, and we'll get into those kind of details. With respect to the costs, like Lauren is saying, is what we did is we took all of the projects and we just said a blanket 15% is going to go towards professional services related to surveying, geotech, and design. But there is a benefit of scale, right? So you're going to have to do survey no matter what. So if you do a smaller area, a smaller project, the survey cost still is the same. And so, there would be an adjustment to our costs there depending on what we end up deciding phase one is going to be.
Okay. And how far off would you all be? I mean, how far away from a bid package, for instance, would you be?
You're asking when we think we could break ground if we had a
Yeah.
plan right now?
Yeah.
I think the time sensitive thing, the critical path is going to be the land acquisition process. So in that we need to get survey, we need to get the meets and bounds descriptions and the negotiations with the property owner. So, assuming that all goes well, then I would say that that's probably like a 3-month process. And then surveying and design, I'd like to say probably 4 months.
Okay, it's a little longer than I would like, but we can talk about that. And I think it's going to go smoothly with the neighbors. I mean, the fact that we've really had everyone at the table to this point, maybe I'm being Pollyanna about it, but I have high hopes for that. So, in terms of approving a dollar amount, and Amber, you feel free to jump in here. What dollar amount do you need to move on to? I mean, obviously, if we were to approve one of these, if we were to approve the channel improvement and the segment one, I mean, it's not like you need that entire amount to move forward to the next step. So what component, I mean, are we talking 15% of that total to move on to a bid package or what?
Roughly. I think we need to look at, again, some of the static cost of what the geotech services are going to be and the surveying. Those are going to be kind of the bigger unknowns. And but I think from a budgetary standpoint, the 15% that we're presenting is going to be fairly close.
Okay. And I'll open it up to other council members for questions. Before we get too much further, I know that we probably have some folks joining us who are affected neighbors, and certainly want to give them an opportunity to hear from them, Mayor. But want to make sure council has their questions answered first.
Sure. Thank you, Gavin. And thank you, Sarah. And K-Free's team. I guess the only question I really have at this juncture, and probably suspect I know the answer. If we undertook just phase one, being the channel, say segment one, are we confident in the engineering that we're not going to create or exacerbate any issues upstream or downstream with regards to any of the other identified drainage issues in the area, i.e. the Hatley Culvert segment 2 and 3 is really, I guess, what I'm referring to mostly.
Yeah, I don't think we see any adverse impacts in our analysis, and in part because we're not adding new impervious cover. We're not really changing the direction of flow. We're just helping collect it, put it into the channel, and take it from there. So, I think from that perspective, it's good.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's a very important question, Mayor. And
Amy, you have your hand up? Go for it.
My earbuds seem to be really draining quickly, so it may be that I'll be in the middle of talking and it'll go out. But I actually have two questions. So one of them was I'll just follow up on the question about downstream impacts. When I read through the packet you guys provided, it was the pre-5 p.m. one, but I'm guessing there wasn't a significant change on this issue. it noted that there was a culvert on Stratford that might need to be sized up. So that's in the city of Austin, right?
Lauren, do you know where that specifically falls?
I believe it's in the city of Rollingwood, but yeah, like the report says, it's currently undersized and not making the conditions worse, but it's just something noted in our conditions.
Sorry, Lauren.
I couldn't hear that.
I'm sorry, Lauren. Yeah, your mic is maybe. We try again.
Sorry about that, but I believe the Stratford Drive is that crossing is in the city of Rollingwood. But as the report mentioned, we're not making those conditions any worse at that crossing. It's just currently undersized for those existing conditions.
Right. So I think we need to confirm that question in terms of ownership, but with respect to sizing and capacity, we recognize that it's an undersized culvert crossing, and there is going to be a benefit at some point if you can upsize it, whether it be in partnership with the city of Austin or with the city of Rollingwood. That's going to help with some of the upstream flooding that's occurring in this area, because this is kind of a main conveyance channel for the city. And so anything that we can do to not constrict the flow would be an improvement to, the flooding conditions.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to understand if we're including things that are in the city of Austin in our report, why we're doing that. So that would be helpful if y'all can go look at that. My second question is, how much money do we need to spend? And is it this 15% to get to the place where we're just focusing on easements and retaining the easements?
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't quite understand. Is the question how much it would cost to prepare the survey and the easements, or the entire design and investigations?
I just want to know how much are we going to be putting out from right now to getting all the easements signed? And if they aren't all signed, how much will we have put out to get to the point where we have all the easements signed? Because it sounds like that's the next phase.
Yeah, I don't have a price for what that would be. I think the next step is we would get some pricing for that and scope that work out. We would present that to you all as council and to Amber, and make sure that we have it appropriately scoped, and then proceed from there. So I think there is a good point, and maybe we want to prioritize and secure agreements for the easements before we pursue and spend a bunch of money on the design, when the project may die because of that. So,
but to some extent, it's a chicken and the egg situation, right?
Right.
Because until we know what it is that we're designing and how it's drawn and what it looks like, that could potentially affect how much easement we need. I mean, we spent a long time, Sarah and I did, talking about different wall type, different wall structures, and some wall structures might require a tieback that could require maintenance, that would require a greater greater easement, while other options might not require those tiebacks and would require less of an easement. So it's difficult it really is kind of a chicken and the egg situation. Is that what you were going to say, Sarah?
Well, yeah, and the fact that we need to make sure that the people that are being asked to give up easements are convinced that we're really planning to go forward with this.
Right.
Because, they are less likely to be agreeable if they're going to give up something and then we're going to go, oh, too expensive, we're not going to do anything. Which is kind of what's happened to them so far.
The good news, however, is, again, huge, great appreciation for all the neighbors in this affected area, because
Right.
honestly, they've all been so good to work with, and several of them have just said, you know, whatever, you know, happy to do whatever is needed. Now, that always, you know, the devil's always in the details on those types of things. And so we also want to be honest brokers with them of, you know, if you work with us and give us this easement, you know, here's exactly what the deliverable is. Here's what it's going to look like in your side yard or your backyard. So I'm hesitant to go to them and just say, hey, here, sign this blank check and we'll let you know what it's going to look like later, before we, you know, have at least some level of detail. Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have me to recognize you.
No, you're good, brother. I didn't want to interrupt you. I guess the question that I really have is, have you guys discussed with the property owners in there kind of this ebb and flow that you're discussing right now, right? So that, you know, if the feedback comes back from a property owner, I do want this design, but I absolutely could not live with this design. Okay, well, that necessarily means a larger easement would be necessary with this design and greater cost. Have you discussed those kinds of trade-offs? Is that maybe a smart place to take it next? So that,
yeah, and I think we've had some of those preliminary discussions, certainly, and we've all, you know, a big group of us have all traipsed around back there and
yeah,
you know, kicked the tires and looked at it. So yeah, we've had some of those discussions. It's certainly not to the detail that we would need to do in this next step, but
right.
But yeah, I think it's safe to say that we've had numerous meetings with all the stakeholders and the affected parties, and you know, and it's been, we've tried to be very transparent and very honest, and we want to continue to do that. And so it's, you know, it's a fine line to walk between trying to be clear with what's going to happen and what things are going to look like and how they're going to be designed. And we're just trying to walk that line.
Okay. No, I've no doubt that you guys have endeavored to be as transparent as possible. In my experience, optionality can actually create confusion to some degree, especially when you start getting down to the design process. So if, you know, maybe early on, you know, we've seen some design elements presented even in this packet. Have the residents been privy? Are they privy to these different design elements for consideration as well? Basically, do they understand what aesthetic would look like? And
yeah, we haven't gotten into that design aesthetic quite yet. I did send a couple of the pictures that were noted here in the presentation this evening. I sent those earlier to Mr. Marin, Mr. Shell. So yeah, we have begun to engage in that level of dialogue, but to this point, we haven't, until we kind of knew exactly what, I mean, for instance, I mean, the last conversation that Sarah and I had with Kay Freeze was literally about, you know, shifting segment 1 down slightly and shifting the channel improvement down slightly and kind of breaking out the Hatley culvert to make sure that we had this sort of breakdown that you see on the left side, because we didn't want, there were some of those numbers that were sort of combined together that were causing the cost to be, in our minds, problematic for us to be able to come and make a case to council to spend these tax note dollars. And so we really wanted them to kind of itemize that out a little further. And until we could do that, you know, it hadn't been right for us to go to the neighbors with any of sort of those design elements.
Okay. Do you see that as a next step?
I do see that as the next step. Yeah.
Great enough. Appreciate it.
And I think if, I don't know who, I don't have my screen up to know who's here, but if Mr. Marin and Mr. Shell or any of the
absolutely
neighbors, and they may be able to shed some light on the willingness of their neighbors to continue to work with us. They've been with us every step of the way here. So.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I tell you what, if any of the neighbors have joined us and want to speak, if you hit your hand icon, that'll throw you up to the top of my screen. Might save me missing you if I'm scrolling through.
Yeah, Kevin's got his hand up.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Go ahead, Kevin. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. I think Gavin, Sarah done a great job of covering everything that we've been made aware of so far and how we as neighbors feel about it. I know Mike Marine and I talk almost every day about this. As far as the mayor's question about have all the neighbors seen those various different channel aesthetics, most of them were shown at an update a month ago. So I know that the Ashworths, the Beisners, the Marines, and the Flemings would all be mostly that are along that channel have seen versions of this. And yeah, ultimately they get the sign on the dotted line, but there were no major, there were opinions, but there were no, flat out, we don't want that objections that were raised. But they would not be surprised by any of this that was changed in the most recent version of the report.
Good. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, there you go. But I do iterate that all the people on the channel have lived there for over 10 years. So, I think they've all been aware of the problems. They're kind of like, yeah, this is a big deal. And, they definitely have been great about opening to, hey, what can we do to help fix this? So I don't think anybody's going to be like a hell no to anything that's been discussed so far. But yeah, it comes down to the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
And I get, just to elaborate on what Kevin said, I think he sums it up correctly. It will come down to the details. And so in my mind, we at least have to get started on those details before we could ask them to sign on the dotted line. And maybe it's not to completion, but it's sort of it's a dance, We take a few steps, they take a few steps. We take a few steps, they take a few steps. And it kind of has to be that give and take for us to ultimately get there, in my opinion.
Makes sense. Do we have any other questions, council? Either for Kay Freeze or for two council members spearheading this?
I do. I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say thank you to Gavin and Sarah. You guys have put in a lot of time on this, and I appreciate you being willing to meet with the neighbors and your willingness to continue to meet with them. And so I'm going to defer to, especially Gavin, hearing your description of what's going on and your understanding of what may get us there. I'm hopeful that it will get us there. And so I appreciate you sharing your perspective on that.
Councilwoman, if it doesn't get us there, I'll have a lot of egg on my face. So, but I'm confident that it will.
That's not how we go here. Best efforts get you some credit. A little bit.
A little bit.
There we go. Okay.
And on that note, I mean, it is, it's somewhat a leap of faith, right? Because, we'll ask, we'll continue to talk about this here in a moment, and I would like some approval to spend some additional resources. I mean, we've already spent significant resources to get to this point. There's no easy answer in this sort of thing. At some point, you do have to sort of take a leap of faith, and the more we spend on this project, the deeper we are into it, and the more I would have some real heartburn if we backed out of it. I think it's been the right approach thus far. We have taken each step that we've taken in this kind of new revised approach to this project. We have tried to take each step sort of methodically and with our eyes wide open. And I think that it's gone really well to this point, But each step that we take, we're a little further down the road, a little deeper into it. We've spent more resources on it. So there is a point of kind of no return where you really have to finish it out. The good news in my mind with the way we have approached this is that it is phased. And I think we certainly will be able to accomplish segment one. I think that if we had to broaden segment one to go what I call making the turn, if you'll look at this diagram, it's pretty easy to know what I mean by making the turn. If we had to, at the end of the day, scale back some of the costs to get segment one completed and then make the turn, and then maybe not, ultimately be able to finish out all the way to Hatley, that's an option. It's something that we could look at. The point being, because of the phasing and because of the way we have broken up the project, I do think that we have at least mitigated our exposure to not being able to do something. And that's kind of always been our hang up in the past, that, we've just kind of thrown our hands up when something wouldn't work because it couldn't be built out, it couldn't be expanded upon, it didn't fix the problem. I think at least with this approach that we've taken, we will be able to accomplish something. Will it be all of segment one and all of the channel improvement? That would be my goal, and that would be the hope. If we hit a snag somewhere down the road, I still believe that we'll be able to accomplish segment one. I think that we'll be able to accomplish making the turn. And then we'll just have to see where where it goes from there. But I think we can make progress on this in any scenario.
Progress is good.
So maybe the right action, or not the right action, but I guess an action for council to consider taking is an extension of the PER, so much to investigate, to get us to that next decision point. And I'm offering that just because there is a policy with regard to spending the tax notes that we need to comply with. And so far, the PER has had the proper public hearing and been approved. So maybe this is an extension of that.
I like that approach. And help me, Amber, or Lauren or Avi, help me really understand exactly what the next step would be in terms of like immediate next step. If we approve something tonight, what is the next thing on the list that would be accomplished?
I would say the immediate next step is we scope out the services for the phase one improvements. In that, we're going to have some surveying costs. We'll be able to define the land acquisition services better, and then we'll develop a work plan from there.
And other than your hourly rate, what cost is that on us?
That's going to be it for now. So we're just going to be working to develop the scope. We're going to get some pricing on some of these other services. So that's all just us and our time. Once we figure that out and we get approval on that phase one scope and that contract, then those other services would get started.
So AB, is there, I think that council is struggling because they're not sure what to authorize as far as spending on that scope of work. So is there something, some price that you can give them that, and maybe Sarah, maybe you have a good idea of you know, what that looks like, if it's not to exceed or something like that.
Yeah, I think that that would be better than a fixed cost, because at this point, I don't know that Baby and Lauren have a fixed cost to give to us.
So maybe it would be a not to exceed 15% of the phase 1 costs that have been presented tonight.
Right, that would be like $145,000.
But it sounds to me like you're scoping out probably is not even, we're not even really to that, are we, Avi? Or, I mean.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I think maybe the next steps would be in cases like this where the scope of work is not well defined, is I think like what we're talking about, and maybe what Sarah and Amber are kind of suggesting is what we can do is, let's say, do a time and materials not to exceed for right now. And I would ask that we just authorize a small amount of money to further the scope advancement. If we need to have another meeting with property owners to talk about these easements, then we can do that with that time. And then once we've nailed things down, we would come with a more formalized scope of work and prices.
So what do you think the time commitment would be, and the kind of ballpark cost of what you think you would need for that?
I'm thinking 5,000 would be a start to that. And
That's the kind of number I was thinking.
Me too.
And I mean, to be clear, that's what we're not talking about design. We're talking about doing the due diligence to get us to the next steps.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
What do you think your timeline on that level of due diligence would be? Do you think we could have due diligence largely brought forward through April so that we can make our next, or the council consider the next bit of commitment, financial commitment to keep this project on track and moving forward in an expedited manner?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. I think that's the target that we need to set. And I think that should allow us enough time to coordinate amongst our different consultants to get all this stuff squared away.
Great. Well, council, there you have it. I think the request is not to exceed $5,000 in furtherance of due diligence in this project, and we will revisit in April. Council,
yeah, and so Amy, when you talk about, so that includes scope, scoping, what else?
That's going to be scoping and whatever coordination it might take for us to get to the next step. So if we need to have some more meetings with staff or with stakeholders, we would be using that time to cover some of that effort.
Okay. I move to, Amber, do you think an extension of the PER is the right way to go on this?
Yes, I like how the mayor said it in further due diligence of the PER.
I move to extend the due diligence within the PER for the Pleasant Nixon project to authorize K-Freeze to not expend more than $5,000 to scope the project and coordinate with stakeholders on phase 1, which includes segment 1 and the channel improvements.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any additional discussion, council? Bless you all. I'll call the vote then. Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Aye. Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Great.
And to be clear, and it wasn't part of the motion, but it's expected that that's back before us in 30 days from now.
Right. Good point. Thanks for the clarification. Maybe Lauren, we're on the same page, right?
Yes.
Outstanding. Thanks, K-Freeze team, for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Next up, presentation, discussion on an after action report of the response to the February 2021 winter weather event. I know Amber, you and the whole Rollingwood team has spent a considerable amount of time and effort, retracing what went, what we did very well, and what we can potentially improve on going forward. And that's what you're going to present to us this evening. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct. And I just wanted to point out, I have a lot of the team on the phone tonight from our Public Works and Police Department and our community, and just want to say thank you to them. They really pulled everything together and had an incredible response. Really proud of how they responded. I know this is in your packet, and so I'll try to be brief, but I do think it's important that we say this out loud and get this as part of the community conversation. The first part of the report breaks down basically our response every day. You can see we struggled. Every day presented a new challenge. So we were constantly responding to a different challenge every day. And then it goes into department specific response. The police department was there on scene first. They started doing some of the public works operations, shutting off meters for folks who had water leaks. They made regular elderly wellness checks. Chief arranged for an 18-wheeler to haul in diesel fuel when we were critically low. They made key contact with Austin Energy. I think Austin Energy was preparing to leave, and we still had 2 homes without power, and they made sure they stayed in Rollingwood and had power restored to those homes. They delivered and distributed water bottles. Public Works, again, as soon as we were notified on Monday that our emergency response contractor was not going to respond to our emergency, they showed up on the scene and immediately got to work also with elderly and wellness checks. They proactively cruised the city to see if there were any water leaks, knocked on doors, helped shut off the water to those homes to limit any sort of property damage. Those guys babysat the generators all night long, make sure that it was servicing the 5 lift stations that were down. And then they supported the subcontractor in the operation of those lift stations, and they distributed water bottles also. Administration worked on communications, ordering and coordinating resources. We made sure we had a subcontractor on site who had the proper licenses, also had a proper vehicle to haul the generator around town. We searched for additional generators and fuel. We made an updated list of homes without power and worked closely with Austin Energy to restore power. We coordinated for water delivery, which we were able to share with the Westlake Fire Department and the greater Travis County. We sought the advice from our professionals when we were thinking about either shutting off the city's water supply or having to spill sewage into Lady Bird Lake. We directed and coordinated staff and, issued and rescinded boil water notices. And so you can see we all pitched in, did what needed to be done, and couldn't have done it without our citizens. Just a few of them: Tom Farrell, Roseanne Ferraro, Sivagami, Jordan Scott, Wendy Henley, Mayor Dyson, Amy Patillo, Commissioner Ann Howard, Commissioner Allison Alter, and the Boy Scouts. They were truly, truly very helpful. We have a list of things that worked. The police department dispatched for public works. So they became our dispatch center. We directed every phone call to them and they were able to direct public works from there. Crystal, and she had established contacts with over the years with surrounding businesses, Trader Joe's, Chevron, the Shell Station, Randall's, and we were able to get resources through those connections. And so that was something we learned was very valuable to the city during this. Like I said, they secured diesel fuel. They prepared for the storm. They kept a car up the hill. They put a car in the garage so it would be de-iced. And again, bought food. Secured a motel room for their officers as they were going in. And then they cleared the driveway and the tractor. Carlos, Lopez, we were able to hire him as an independent contractor. He had his personal truck available to haul the generator and was experienced with our lift stations and had the licensing to work on those lift stations. Public Works, proud of their prompt response. The ATV, they used that and it was really the only city vehicle that could travel the city. Westlake Fire Department, they staged here, which was very helpful. They had a better response, and then plus they were a resource to the city. So moving forward, areas to improve is in terms of storm preparation. One of our biggest challenges was that nobody who works for Rollingwood lives in Rollingwood. And so, planning for a possibility where, the employees can't get to Rollingwood, we need to think about that. And we need to prepare their families in advance for us to leave. We need to make sure we properly winterize our irrigation systems and the field house, and make sure we have extra uniforms, boots, socks, cleats on hand for our officers and our public works department when they're out in the field. The wastewater infrastructure, that was our biggest challenge during the storm. I think we've got an item on the agenda later with WSB to kind of help us go through and prepare those lift stations in advance of any electrical emergency. But we go through and talk about possible generators at lift station. I think some of the switchboards could possibly be improved. That's another thing they're going to look at. Getting the proper licensing for our public works employees is high on our list. And then making sure we have updated water and wastewater maps. The water infrastructure, making sure we have enough water system repair supplies on hand. Residential meter shutoff valves. We learned that not a lot of our residential meters have their own shutoff valve. And so in one instance, the homeowner went to proactively shut off his meter and accidentally broke the city's meter. And so there was a big issue going on with that. So from then on, we proactively shut off meters, but that's something that, we know that is a limitation in our system. The City Hall needs. We opened up City Hall as a warming and charging center. It was the one shiny spot was that, City Hall did not lose power for an extended time. And so we opened it up, but we had our staff sleeping there. They were sleeping on city council chairs. We had no shower facilities. We didn't have proper kitchen facilities. You know, we would like to be more of a proper shelter for residents in need rather than just limit it to the warming center. We need a large bay and space for a fire department or a fire engine or a police car. We need a generator on City Hall so we can ensure that we won't lose power. And then we need some food and water supply there. And again, in our resource limitations, we realized we need more 4x4 and all-wheel drive vehicles for the Public Works Department and PD. Pallet forks for our tractor so we can move pallets of water and whatever other resources around. Chains for our tires, space for fuel storage. When first of all, we should have enough, you know, fuel on hand, but when the chief was able to get the 18-wheeler to town, I think we only had, you know, some 5-gallon cans, and so they gave us 70 gallons after they rolled in this huge truck for us. So we need, you know, a better space and better fuel storage, and some other things. And so that's our list. And there are a couple items from that list that is on the council agenda tonight for your consideration. But, you know, other things to think of in the long term, you know, as far as resources that staff could use to better serve Rollingwood in emergency response.
Thank you, Amber. I mean, short answer is the city did a tremendous job with, it's hard to even say, just a less than ideal situation, a horrible situation in truth. Amazingly, when faced with just a litany of very tough decisions, it seems that the staff and our PD and the folks that were able to help consistently made the right ones, which is just amazing when you think about that. I think it's a testament to the quality of professionals that we have working in our city. On behalf of myself and a very grateful community, thank you to everybody. One thing that I would really want to emphasize as well and encourage us all to keep in mind is that while we were all very concerned about our families, we had our city staff and public works coming into their jobs to make sure that, you know, our families were safe and as Amber properly noted, you know, leaving their families. And I've heard a couple of folks say that, you know, well, that's their job. And yeah, fair. But they did it. And that, again, is a testament to the level of professional that they are. And it is my hope that we as a city and as a community can recognize that and ensure that when our professionals, our very highly competent and capable professionals do show up to do their job, that we as a community have provided them with the tools to do the absolute best job that they can. So with that, I'd also thank you very much to you and your team for putting this report together. I know you guys have put a tremendous amount of thought into everything. I'll open the floor up to questions and thoughts from council. We have, sorry, I do not have a full view, so I'm not seeing any.
I'll just say I appreciate you putting it this postmortem together of what went well and what we can improve upon. I think it's really helpful. And although the staff did such an amazing job keeping it all together, I appreciate that y'all are still always looking for ways to improve and to keep our city running and safe. So yeah, thank you for that and for being a really strong leader. And Mayor Dyson, you were also a really strong leader through through the events. So, thank you to you. I think I have failed to say that to you in past public meetings. So thanks for working with our city administrator and our chief of police and keeping everybody updated. That was a good job.
Appreciated. I tell you what, we have an enumerated list of some of the citizens that stepped up. And I just want to underscore that list, you could write pages worth of names of folks that stepped up. I saw it day in and day out. There was just an amazing community response. It's a testament. It's a testament to the strength of this community. I know we all sometimes maybe get a little sideways and have differences of opinions, but at the end of the day, when the proverbial stuff hit the fan, this community delivered. Neighbors, watching neighbors pulling wagons down the icy roads to deliver, heaters to their neighbors. Suiting up to just knock on doors and check on each other. I have no doubt that absolutely everybody on our council did this. I have no doubt that absolutely everybody in our city played a very critical role in making sure that we all came out in the best possible position from a very difficult challenge. So thank you to everybody. And yeah, I mean, we're lucky to be here. With that, and for the sake of time, if we could move on to item 6. Any objections? Not hearing any. We'll move on to item 6, discussion and possible action to direct the city engineer to draft an RFP for water and wastewater emergency services and operations and maintenance. Amber, would you want to provide a little bit of color for us, please?
Sure. This, obviously our water and wastewater emergency services contractor did not respond. And so I would like to see us look for a company who we can count on. I don't know that we'll ever be able to staff up to the point that, we'll be fully self-sufficient, but I think there are other firms or agencies out there willing to do the job. When I was looking at the last RFP, I noticed that it was quite technical, and I didn't want to, I didn't want to draft that myself. I didn't feel qualified. And so I would like to have the city engineer draft that for us.
I'd argue a key qualification in the aspect of leadership is knowing when to turn to your experts. So appreciate it. Council, do you have, is there a motion that you guys would like to undertake for this? Any action?
I will move to direct the city engineer to draft an RFP for water and wastewater emergency services and operations and maintenance.
Thank you, Wendy. We have a second from Amy. Council, do we have any discussion? Not seeing any. I'll go ahead and call the vote. Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. City engineer, one RFP, if you please. We'll move on to item 7, discussion and possible action on a proposal from M.E. Simpson Co. to perform a valve manhole GPS and mapping project, and to direct staff to prepare a budget amendment to fund the project to be brought back to this next city council meeting.
I'm online now.
And we have Mike Simpson joining us. Amber, tell you what, before I open it up for Mr. Simpson, Amber, you want to provide a little bit of context for us, please?
Sure. I think, unfortunately, water leaks are too common in the city of Rollingwood, but what could make everybody's life better when one of those happens is if we had an accurate map and knew and understood our valves. And so Justin White with our Public Works Department suggested this company. He worked with them before, and I think it's actually the job that brought him to Texas. But they will go through, they will exercise all of our valves, and they will GPS and GIS them. It will be compatible with the GPS GIS map that we are currently using with WSB. And then, of course, I'll provide any recommendations for repair. But that's pretty much the summary of what they're going to be doing.
Great. Thank you, Amber. Mike, we've got you on here. Looks like you may be en route somewhere. Happy to open the floor up to you if it's safe to do so.
It is, and I assume everybody can hear me.
Yes, sir.
And hello, everyone. I was, as I told Justin, Amber, and Ashley when we discussed the issues and the problems, that tonight's my wife's birthday party, and
happy birthday.
That just. And I'll let my wife know you guys said happy birthday. So we just wrapped up dinner and we're headed home. So but don't worry, everything's hands-free and I am watching the road and not watching the screen.
There we go.
That's why it's kind of a little dark and you can't see me. Anyway, Amy Sims Company has been providing these type of services for water utilities throughout the U.S. For the last 41 years. It's a family-owned business. My father started it. I've been doing this for the last 38 years. We did a bunch of work for the city of Austin on their valves and documenting materials for them. We've worked for others on different types of projects throughout the U.S. and even Texas. And this is kind of like a bread and butter project for us, coming in to figure out where all the valves are, what they control, and documenting all of them and putting that information together, putting it on a map and developing an actual layer of the map with everything in place so it can be easily fed into your existing GIS system that you guys are having done by your engineer. And that's kind of just a quick broad brush overview on what happens. I can go into grotesque detail about valve exercising and that kind of stuff. I guess it's the council's pleasure what you would like me to talk about.
Great. Thanks, Mike. And I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll open it up to council for any questions that you have.
I have some questions. My first question is, we have several old waterline maps that show where maybe some of the old lines are that are decommissioned or should be decommissioned. Are you going to, or does the scope of this, Amber, also include looking for those old valves and making sure that those pipes are actually turned off with valves or not connected to the water system? That's my first question.
Can you repeat that? I apologize. It cut out on me as I walked into the house.
Oh, no problem. So we have several old waterline maps. The oldest one I know of is 1991, but we have different versions of our waterline map that have been created by various city engineers. And they show where we have water lines, and they show, all of them show valves in different places if you compare them. And I think that in the past we have not been able to find a valve, and perhaps Public Works just put in a new valve. And so the question is, using all of those maps that we have available, are you going to be able to locate the old water lines, those valves, and make sure that those valves are completely shutting off those water lines so that they're not still connected to our system? Or is that an additional scope of service?
At this point, as I told everybody when we discussed this, we'll take all the old records and data you have. All of that will be processed at the same time, and we will be verifying what's hooked to what. To the best of our ability. Nothing is ever perfect. I would never claim that, but we will be reviewing all of that stuff and looking for old valves, hopefully trying to figure out what's abandoned and is no longer a part of the system.
So
yes.
So if we're looking at the old valves and maybe the abandoned water lines, will that also be included in the GIS information that we have, so it will be recorded somewhere that there is a water line there that is abandoned?
We will, yes, we will share everything that we have the ability to trace and determine. We'll share, that will all be documented. And if we determine, if we between ourselves and Justin and the rest of the staff determines that it's abandoned, it'll be documented that way and noted on the maps.
And will you also note what sort of materials the pipes are made out of and the valves are made out of, or is that?
That's unfortunately, that's not something we can do because it's underground and it's buried. We can generally determine size, but pipe material is a little more difficult without excavation. Okay. So I can go from the records you have and give our best guess based on what we can see. But if it's buried underground, there may be some parts we can't see without ripping it up and digging it up. I won't be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. And I just want to say, I think this is a valuable exercise for the city to go through and worth every penny, because I know our public works department, when there's a water line break, struggles to try to find a way to turn off the water lines, and they often have to go to 3 different places to isolate a break. And so I appreciate Justin for connecting us, and that's all the questions I have right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead. We can't hear you. Sorry. Your AirPods are
You're
toast.
mute. You're still muted.
And you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. Maybe your AirPods are working. No, you'll never know.
There you go.
We can't hear you, Amy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Okay, well, we can hear you. So you can ask your question, you just won't get an answer.
Okay. Okay, I can hear and hear, but my computer microphone is picking up my voice. Who knows? So I noticed in the proposal that y'all sent over, there were a couple of sections that were in red in a couple of different places that would give us kind of a fair warning that a valve might break during the operating process.
Right.
So do you guys normally travel? Like, would we send someone with Public Works with you on those days? How does that normally work?
Generally not. Generally not. We don't need. We need someone from staff to be available if we have questions. With our experience, generally don't need somebody with us every day. If a valve happens to break, we like to pre-warn everybody that unfortunately, no matter how hard you try or what you do, and I've done this a very long time, a valve is going to break, and Public Works needs to be prepared through your emergency service contract or themselves as a team to be able to deal with that quote broken valve. That's why we put those in red and make that, we can't take responsibility because you can't see underground. So as you turn that valve, I'll give you an example. Decades ago when I was turning valves myself, turned a valve and the bolts had rotted away and it came apart. And the only way you were going to find that out was by somebody actually turning the valve. And that obviously caused a leak and had to be replaced. Those are rare occurrences, very rare, but they do happen. And I like to keep everyone informed that things do occur and they have to be dealt with generally immediately.
Thanks for that answer. I think a comment I would have is just that because we have so many residents who have experienced boil water notices over the last year from water lines breaking, I think it would be great, Amber, to make sure that we have really good communication each day about if we do this. I would like to, if we could have communication with the residents that are in the different sectors so that they understand why we're doing it, and that it's something that even if they
Oh, we just lost you.
Yeah.
even if we do have a broken valve now. Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, the signal here is going in and out. Okay, can you hear me still? It's saying, my screen is saying it's unstable. Okay, so I think it would be helpful to make sure we have really good communication with this so that residents understand that why we're doing this project, what the benefits are in the future, if there's future water line breaks, and then if we do have a valve break while it's happening, that they understand that this is still forward progress, even though there might be a valve break and they might experience a boil water notice and have water loss for a little bit.
It's great points, Amy. And sorry, I don't want to take your floor if you have follow-ups.
No, I mean, it's yes, and we will certainly work very diligently with Justin and Amy and everyone else on the team to be very coordinated, so notification can go out to your residents to know what part of town we're in, what areas we're working in. So if something occurs that is going to cause a disruption, they'll be well informed. And I'm happy to help with that. We help utilities all the time with notification and information for their residents so they're aware of the project and what's happening.
Thanks, Mike. I do have kind of a follow-up in that same vein. One of the things that we have struggled with in our city, roughly, I believe it's 79% of our water line infrastructure is of unknown age. That obviously makes it pretty difficult for us to properly, well, everything from budget to understand, what a kind of what a replacement and what we should be doing about our infrastructure, I guess. While you go through this process, is it possible for us to start getting a better idea, ascertain to some degree the quality of the infrastructure that we have in there, to the point where we can maybe start budgeting and taking into consideration whether it's updates, replacements, overhauls, that kind of stuff?
I think we can partially help with that just by going through the system, taking all the documentation, all the old notes, old maps, old records that you have, compiling everything as we go, line by line, street by street, as it were. We can help try and give you as much knowledge and information as we can glean, and then tell you what we're finding and what we're seeing to try and help point you in that direction. Again, some of this, once it's buried, that's the unfortunate part. Sure. Because it's buried. And unless we start excavating, we're going to be in a kind of a tough spot, but we can certainly try and help with that. No question.
Great. Thank you. I figure any steps in that direction are positive steps. So appreciate it. Council, do we have any other thoughts or questions? Not seeing any, then I'll go ahead and invite any action if council's so inclined.
Do we need to put the contract amount in the motion?
Amber, Charlie?
No, you don't need to.
Okay, I move to accept the proposal from M.E. Simpson Company to perform a valve manhole GPS and mapping project and to direct city staff to prepare a budget amendment to fund the project to be brought back to the city at the next city council meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second, council?
I'll second.
Second from Amy. Additional discussion, council? Not hearing any. I'll call for a vote. Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Amy Patillo, Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
You want to see this for tomorrow?
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Sorry. All right. Thank you, guys. All right, the ayes have it. Mike, thank you very much for joining us this evening, but more importantly, thank you to your wife for lending you to us on her birthday celebration.
I will let her know. Thank you guys very much for the opportunity. We look forward to working with everybody in your community and getting this for you and helping your system.
Right.
So everybody have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Thanks. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, council, we're going to move on to item 8, discussion possible action on a proposal from WSB Engineering for a project focused on creating an inventory and performing inspections on City Hall's lift stations, making recommendations regarding communications and emergency power supply, and identifying appropriate sources of funding, and to direct staff to prepare a budget amendment to fund the project to be brought back to City Council for our April meeting. Amber, you and I have discussed this. Would you like to give council any context? We also have Jay from WSB joining us this evening.
Sure. So again, the lift stations were our primary concern during the winter weather events. And so this is work to ensure that our lift stations are fully optimized and ready to function, fully function in non-emergency events, but prepared to function in emergency events. So Jay, do you want to take it from there?
Sure. Thanks, Amber and Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. Good to see you all again.
Good to see you too.
Maybe just a quick item as a follow-up to the last item on your agenda. I've been in communication with Amber and Mr. Simpson and his firm. And so we're going to be able to work together with them pretty easily in terms of incorporating what they find into the easement map that we're in the middle of creating. So very excited for the city to be able to take that additional step. So I'll just mention that. And then what I'd really like to do is introduce Chris Petrie, who's here tonight. He's with our firm, and Chris has an operations and maintenance background from a public works standpoint. So what you're talking about and some of the things you dealt with during the event are things that Chris has quite a bit of experience with in terms of emergency power and things of that nature. He'll just give a brief overview of a little bit of his background and then just a little bit of detail on the deliverables, and then we'll stand for questions. So Chris.
Well, thank you, Jay, and thank you, Administrator Lewis, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here and join you this evening, and it was enjoyable to listen to all of your topics before. It brought me back to my 25 years that I spent in the public sector. Most recently, I was the Director of Public Works for the city of Rochester, Minnesota, where many of you maybe are familiar with because the Mayo Clinic is there. But nonetheless, I come, as Jay mentioned, from an operational background. I also have wastewater and collection system operators licenses myself, as well as water system operator licenses. So when Administrator Lewis and the rest of the team approached us, we were happy to talk about this opportunity on how to help the city of Rollingwood with your lift stations. And we have a very robust team of water and wastewater professionals that are employed by WSB, and we do work all across the country. but certainly also do work in Texas. So with that, you'll see in the agenda item summary that's prepared for you, the deliverables that Jay had mentioned. And really what we wanted to do after hearing the struggles that your city had, your public works department, the residents had with the sanitary sewer collection system and lift stations. And after hearing that, we put together a scope of services with some deliverables that we thought would be helpful to the city of Rollingwood to be able to move forward and make improvements to your sanitary sewer lift stations specifically, as well as some other items that we included on there, talking about the city hall emergency backup power supply, as well as looking at your emergency operations plan as it relates to water and wastewater specifically. But in the list of deliverables that you have in front of you, we have a number of items, but the first one being developing a database of lift stations with detailed information, including GIS location information, and we could incorporate that into the current project that we are working on for you with the easements, as well as incorporating that into the water system work that you just approved as well, so that you would have detailed mapping information for your lift stations, as well as the databases for all of those that would be tied to that. With that, what is that information that would be included in those databases? And that would be lift station inspection and evaluation summary, including photos. And really the question is, what is that? And that would be gathering information, all of the data that you currently have on lift stations, operations and maintenance manuals, data on the pumps, on the electrical supply, any relevant information on the size and the capacity of those lift stations, as well as retention time, meaning if there is a power failure, how long can that particular station be down until you might experience some type of backup into homes or overflow situations that I was really happy to hear you were able to avoid, and kudos to your team on being able to do that with those events that occurred in February. But that's part of the database, building that data set and that information to give you all the information that you need about those lift stations, as well as just a general condition evaluation. As Administrator Lewis mentioned, not only would we be looking at the size and the capacity and specifics about what exists, but also looking at the control systems that exist, the alarm systems that exist, and then actually diving into the next item that we have on the deliverables, which is a prioritized list of improvements with a high level budget, and looking at some of those control systems, looking at backup and emergency power supplies, whether they be on-site generation or how you could expand your remote generation to be able to bring around, or portable generation, I should say. And then also looking at recommendations for safety and security improvements, so that when you do have a natural disaster, an event like this or anything else, that the lift stations are safe and secure for hopefully uninterrupted operation in the future. The fourth point on there that we have for deliverables is recommended best practices for lift station operation and maintenance. So that would be working directly with your public works team outside of the third-party vendor that you currently use and whoever it might be that you use in the future, but to work through and develop a list of best practices and other things that the city can rely upon, that your lift stations are being maintained to the highest standards, and that you have all the information that you need in such event that there's a failure or something else. The fifth item that we had on that deliverables was recommendations for emergency or backup power supply for the city hall and EOC. It's great to hear that that power supply there was only interrupted maybe temporarily, but more or less sustained through all the events that occurred. But certainly that's an opportunity for us to look at what is needed, what's the current power that's supplied to the city hall facility and EOC, and what would be necessary for backup or emergency generation power supply there as well. And lastly, on that list of deliverables is taking a look at your emergency operations plan, taking what we know from the communities we work with all across the country, and trying to make sure that that EOP is up to date, is current for the city of Rollingwood. And if there's any changes, revisions that we might recommend making that would be beneficial to the city, providing those recommendations and revisions to you. So that kind of summarizes what we have in the deliverables, and myself or Jay would be happy to answer any further questions or take a deeper dive into any of these topics.
Thank you, Chris. Council, I'll open it up to questions. Okay, go ahead, Amy.
This is less of a question, just more of a comment that one of the things I learned from talking with some different areas after this event and understanding how different systems might have functioned differently than ours, is that I think that it would be really helpful for us to have as many redundant options in your recommendations as possible, so that we can then figure out the trade-offs between the costs of the level of redundancy that we might add. So I think that, I guess the question is, can we get for each one of your recommendations, can we make sure to have recommendations that focus on redundancy in the system, and also the cost and trade-offs that would go with those types of redundancies?
Certainly, that would be part of what we would expect to provide to you when we give you kind of that prioritized list of improvements that could be broken down based on, you know, different redundancies, and to make sure that there's a level of confidence at each one of those levels, and costs associated with that.
That's great, because I think, you know, one of the things that happened, it's been about 10 years, but we did install these emergency call boxes that were supposed to be the redundant element, that went to AWR. There was a lot of effort and work put into those so that we wouldn't have a situation where if the alarm was going off at the box or the alarm broke at the box, that we wouldn't be alerted to the fact that the lift station was down. And fortunately, we were alerted to the fact that the lift stations were down because the electricity was out in the entire city. But I will say that the Friday before the storm happened, the lift station right across from my house went out, and it was the only thing that lost power anywhere around it. And so without that redundant feature, we would not have necessarily understood as a city that lift station was down.
No. Yeah, those are great points. I would say this, that not only do you have kind of two components to that from a redundancy standpoint, or that insurance that the city of Rollingwood is looking to have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the first piece is we talk about backup power generation, and whether that be on site or portable or whatever the case may be, and looking at those options. The second piece that you alluded to was some work that was done with those call boxes and other things. Of course, since that work has been done, there are many more technologies and other things available that we can detail that would give you an even greater sense of comfort as it relates to knowing what the status of each station is, and if there's an alarm, if there's a power failure, if there's a pump failure, you know, those sorts of things. So we will be able to detail all of those options for you to have you better understand what's really out there as it relates to maintaining lift stations in the kind of world of wastewater and collection systems. And then that can be something that you could prioritize. Well, we'll help you prioritize, but kind of pick and choose from based on the associated costs with any of those improvements.
Thanks.
Chris, one of the things that you and I talked about was also the opportunity for remote or automated generation. So we, exploring those options. So we wouldn't necessarily need someone on site to turn on the generator, but we could do it from our homes.
Exactly. So what I was talking about, two things is, that's more with if you had an on-site generator for one or all of the lift stations, then a portable generator that you might move around. And I think as we go through our evaluation, that will largely be based on the retention time that each station has. So for instance, if we determine that one station might have, under normal conditions, might have 24 hours of retention time before you'd experience a backup or an overflow, that might be one that you say, okay, we can live with that because we know we can make it around. We could have staff respond. We could get out and hook up a portable generator. There might be another situation where another lift station, you realize you have, maybe it's 4 or 5, 6 hours or even less than that. And that might be a candidate then for an on-site generator. To your point, Administrator Lewis, what I would say is that would then go into the control systems for the lift stations, that we would then be able to evaluate what type of controls do we want to have, and do we want to have, without getting too far in the weeds, something that's commonly referred to, and maybe you've heard the terminology before, but it's called SCADA systems, and it stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. That's just a fancy term for saying you can dial in with your computer from home and see what's going on. And if you have an on-site generator or have other controls, or you want to see turn pumps on and off or do any of this stuff, you can do that with that sort of system remotely. And that can be done through a broadband connection, that can be done through, can be done remotely with antennas and radio frequencies. It can be done through standard telephone lines. So there's a lot of options with how that can be done and what's most cost effective and most reliable for your community. But certainly, exactly as we talked and you alluded to, there are many technologies. They aren't all right away. You might be initially saying, well, how much does this sort of technology cost? Certainly, there are very economical options as it relates to that.
Thank you. One point I do want to make, Council, is we have a tendency to discuss not infrequently the importance of institutional knowledge. One of the things that we're hoping to get accomplished through these processes and talking with folks like WSB with regards to these types of services is to document, better understand our systems, properly document our systems, capabilities, and be able to hand that information, that data off in the instances of whether we're talking in terms of natural turnover or anything along those lines, so that perhaps, I guess maybe to Amy's point, redundancies, right? So not just redundancies in support systems, the mechanics, but also redundancies with regards to skill sets and personnel. So, Council, do we have any additional thoughts or questions for Jay or Chris? Not hearing any. Are you guys inclined to take action?
I am.
Go for it, Gavin.
I didn't want to make the motion. I just said I was ready to take action.
No, right on. Well, I would love to take action for you. Unfortunately, it's not the place. So
I'm off of the agenda, so if somebody's got it pulled up, go for it, and I'll second it.
I'll make a motion to accept a proposal from WSB Engineer for a project focused on creating an inventory and performing inspections on the city's lift stations, making recommendations regarding communications and emergency power supply, and identifying appropriate sources of funding. Direct the staff to prepare a budget amendment to fund the project to be brought back to council, the next city council meeting.
And that I'll second.
right on. Thank you, Wendy. Motion from Wendy, second from Gavin. Do we have additional discussion, Council? Not hearing any. Amy?
Aye.
Sarah? All right, the ayes have it. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, for joining us this evening presentation. And we look forward to seeing you back next month.
Mayor, members of the council, you're welcome, and have a good rest of your evening.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, do the same. Take care. Okay, we have item 9, discussion and possible action on a policy for on-call pay for public works employees. Guys, this is in front of us for just the very real reason that Amber pointed out earlier. We had employees that were, gosh, I don't even know, 48 hours on. I mean, just tremendous, right? So I think they took breaks for foods. I had a report of one of our public works employees declining to take leave for a warm, ideally a hot shower, I suppose, during that because, and I quote, no, I need to be in the city right now. Just a tremendous amount of service. And one of the things that we discussed at our last meeting was wanting to ensure that we recognize, our public works folks for going above and beyond, and we don't have a mechanism for that. So here we are now. Well, with what I'm hoping is a thoughtful way forward to make sure that should we ever have similar situations, that we're able to properly compensate our public works employees for their efforts. Amber, did I properly and adequately describe this agenda item?
A little bit. This is
No.
more for, this is more for on-call pay right now. We have our public works on call, but they're not being compensated for their time when they're ready to respond. And so this policy matches the policy of the police department, which you all approved not all that long ago. But it's something necessary, that we need to compensate them for their time that they are on the ready to respond to a rolling wood.
Yeah. Okay. So same thing I said, but mine was focused. Yours is more general. In any case, if they have to be prepared to be called into action, can we make sure we're taking care of these fine folks?
Exactly.
So if we were gonna make a motion on this, do we just make a motion to approve the draft policy for on-call pay or the policy as attached in the agenda, or do we need to get more specific?
I think you can approve the attached policy as presented.
I make a motion to approve the policy for on-call pay for public works employees as presented in the city council packet.
Motion from Wendy. Do we have a second, council?
I'll second for discussion.
We have a second from Sarah. We'll open it up for discussion. Sarah, you want to take a lead on it?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. And I'm fully in support of having an on-call policy for them. I just want to make sure we get some clarifications and make sure that what we're providing is really fair and adequate. Do we have guidance for what they are allowed to do, their limitations, what they're not allowed to do while they are on call?
Right. Ashley and I don't have that drafted quite yet, but they have an understanding of what they're allowed and not allowed to do. But we will get that in writing and in front of you all. On-call conduct.
Yeah. Do we have something in place already for the police department?
We might, we just haven't had time to explore that, but we will reach out to them first to see if we can mirror that.
Okay, and when it says that it on shift, or on-call shift compensation of $40, so what is a shift? What qualifies as a shift?
As soon as they leave work for the day, and then when they report back the next day, and then when they leave work on Friday, and then they report back Monday, those are their shifts. They're on-call shifts.
So if they were on, they would be on call for the whole weekend?
Correct.
Yeah, that $40 is not enough for being on call for the whole weekend because.
Well, it's $40 a day.
Okay, well, it doesn't say that. Right? It says if you're, well, where I'm looking at, I don't see that it says $40 a day.
Third paragraph.
Do what?
It's the third paragraph, $40 per day on call shift.
Okay, but okay, even on call, $40 per a whole day. I mean, 24 hours, that's more than a shift to me. I mean, typically, I think that's low. Because in cases where I have had been involved with on-call duty and shift work, there are significant limitations on what you can do. I mean, you have to be within this, typically within a certain time distance of being able to report for duty. You can't drink. You can't go over to a buddy's house for a beer when you're on call. You can't, go out to the lake for the day with your family. You can't you're very restricted because you have to be able to show up on short notice if you're on call. So I want to make sure that we are adequately accounting for that. And I guess I'm a little concerned about where it says that if you're notified to come in and then 15 minutes later, you get a call back that says, oh, never mind, that you're paid for 15 minutes. But if you left the house and drove for 15 minutes and then we're told, oh, never mind, and then you have to turn around and drive back for another 15 minutes to get back home, right? So I think that needs to be expanded a little bit too.
Those are good points. I agree with that, Sarah. I think those are valid. What would be the sort of going rate for on-call for public utilities? Is there like a benefits and salary compensation guide that would talk about this sort of thing for this position, or where would we gather that information?
And maybe since we based it off of the police department's shift, that basically, is 12 hours. And so maybe we could look at it's $40 per 12 hours. So, maybe on the weekends it's $80 a day.
Yeah. That would be better.
Will it be more than what the police get?
No, because they would just be on for a shift. So if they're on for a 12-hour shift on call, then they're getting the $40, just like Public Works would be on shift so $40 per 12 hours.
So we'll just make sure that the compensation's at least equal, like Public Works won't get more than the police officers for being on call.
Does the FLSA, oh man, what is it? Fair Labor Act come into play here?
It comes
If
into
not-
play with regard to overtime
Okay.
and making sure that we
I wonder if the FLSA is maybe a place to look for some guidance on appropriate rates
I don't know if they would, I don't know if they would be a resource for appropriate rates, but it's something we could investigate. If you all wanted to, you know, pass this tonight and then ask us to bring back some different things for your consideration to amend the policy, we could do this, but that would at least get them compensated for on-call, at least in, you know, in this manner, and we could go back and amend appropriately.
Yeah, I would think that the rate itself might not be there, like the dollars per hour, but the percent of normal compensation might be, there might be something, you know, like overtime is time and a half and holiday pay is, you know, 2.5 times, that sort of thing. There may be something. For
Yeah,
on-
and we can look into that. And I wouldn't normally, you know, ask for you all to pass something that's going to be amended later, but as Charlie has advised us, we can't back pay for time worked. And so this would at least get them some sort of compensation, you know, until the next month when council meets again and can, you know, we can offer more options and more information.
And I think there's also, you might also take a peek at the Texas Payday Act. Again, just kind of for guidance there on, you know, what, you know, appropriate minimums are, kind of thing. And amazing intentions on this, the right intentions, I think, and certainly as if Sarah's correctly pointed out, I think unquestionably the right thing to do in this situation. Council, do you feel inclined to take action, or I guess we have a motion on the table? Do we have additional discussion, Council?
Can we amend the motion to indicate that we want this brought back with further modifications at the next meeting?
I will amend my motion to say that if you will amend your second. Yes.
I will do that. I just want to make sure that they know that we want to improve on this.
Yeah.
And we're not done.
Great. Ashley, did you get the amendment? Perfect. Council, you have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, I'll call for a vote. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Kevin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you, Council. And Amber, thank you for bringing our attention to this. Item 10, discussion and possible action on utility bill relief program due to the February 2021 winter weather event as recommended by the Utility Commission. Before I kick this off, I think we have our new face, Sharon Davis, joining us. Hey, there you are. Everybody, if you haven't had an opportunity to meet Sharon, she is our new utility billing manager. Thanks for joining us here. Team Rollingwood, thanks for bringing another key addition to the team. With that, Ashley, you know, you correctly pointed out, I mean, you were the first, I think, to draw attention to this as a problem for us to address. Amber, would either of you or Amy, I know you've spearheaded this as well with the Utility Commission. Would either of you like to provide a little bit of detail for the rest of councils that we understand the problem as you two see it?
I'm happy to start this one off, Mayor. At the March Utility Commission meeting, the commission took a look at the proposed program, and they came up with a pretty, I think, very fair alternative to the original proposed program that came to council last month. They have proposed to modify the billing to only include tier 1 and tier 2 pricing for residential customers. Sharon, who's already hit the ground running as soon as she got here, has already run all the numbers for us, and it will cover our costs. So at least that, the city is made whole in that way, and residents are able to get a pretty big relief in their water bills. We even noted that it is still a better deal than our normal utility bill adjustment process would get residents. So even if they were to bring in proof of a leak and to go through the normal process, this would be a better price for them. So we had not discussed the commercial users for this program, but they are at a fixed one. They only have one tier. So we did discuss later, handling those appeals as they come in, and on a case-by-case basis, since there's not as many of those.
Are you aware of some potential claims coming in from commercial users or requests, I guess, for adjustments?
There were a few that were pretty, substantially higher than they had been the previous month. I haven't heard from any personally. I don't think we've had any call in. Of course, the bills haven't been mailed out yet. And we do, a part of the program the Utility Commission wanted to make sure really came across was that we were going to be doing significant messaging. So we do have a notice prepared to go on the water bills so that residents know what's going on. We also have a website post prepared and Swift and however else we can get that out to let people know what's been done, and that though their bill has come late, we're still not doing late fees and shutoffs as we have been throughout, COVID. So.
Thanks, Ashley. Thank you, Sharon, for spearheading it, and sincere gratitude to the Utility Commission for taking up and thoughtfully presenting an opportunity. Amy, did you have anything as liaison that you wanted to touch on?
I think the only thing is, I think it's important for residents to understand that by us doing this, even though it's a little bit less than what someone would pay if they came in to do a leak, we're reducing the administrative burden at the same time. And so rather than residents having to come in and go through the administrative burden, putting that burden on our staff, we're just capping the billing at tier 2 for 1 month. And hopefully that will balance itself out with the burden that there would have been on staff, and gives everybody a little relief during a month that was really tough.
Thanks, Amy. Council, are we inclined to take action? The answer is yes.
Yes, yes. I would, sorry, it's really loud behind me, so I keep on,
no
and
worries.
it's glitching, so I'm kind of a little bit challenged this meeting. I would move to approve the utility bill relief program due to the February 2021 winter weather event as recommended by the Utility Commission.
Thank you, Amy. And we have a motion from Amy and a second from Sarah. Do we have any additional discussion, council? Not hearing any. Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
Nice work, council. Nice work, Utility Commission. Very helpful for the citizen, I'm sure. Sarah, you're up on item 11. Discussion and possible action regarding stewardship of the city's waterwise garden at City Hall.
Right. I had sent an email a month or two ago about some of the clearing that had been done at the waterwise garden, and I was concerned that what had been done, while there was definitely maintenance that was needed, that it had not necessarily been done with the goals of the waterwise garden and the history knowledge of the plants that were in place. Kind of focused on. And there was a significant cost, significant effort by the citizens, the community, the council, when we put that in. And I want to make sure that we're preserving that and maintaining the goals and the kind of the focus and the intent of the garden. We have a number of people in the community who are expert on that, who have provided a lot of input in the past. I mean, Robert Patterson's email explains, the history of that. The garden was on the Central Texas Natural Gardener PBS show. I mean, it was well recognized, and I would like us to be able to preserve that, and was hoping that we could ensure that we have some outside, I realize that the staff is very stretched at this point. There's a lot of demands on their time, but we have volunteers in the city who are willing and able to assist on, from a standpoint, from a, assistant standpoint with some of the maintenance activities. And I would like to make sure that we pursue that. Amber's response to my email was that the supervision of the garden had been passed to the Park Commission, but I don't think that the Park Commission had any input on the clearing that was done in front of City Hall. And so I just want to make sure that we're preserving that.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And this guy goes back, I want to say a better part of 3 years. Is that right? Roughly?
It's been longer than that, I think.
Maybe 4, where 3 or 4 years anyway, where we started, we had maintenance problems, or maintenance concerns and upkeep concerns with the Waterwise Garden. And there were discussions about who would own that process. And I'll be honest with you guys, I've slept a number of times since then, and I don't remember specifically how that ownership, if you will, was dedicated. Amber, I know I'm asking you to kind of dig a little bit back, but it sounds like maybe you've had a refresher on that. Can you walk us through or kind of remind us maybe on how that all happened and kind of where we are right now? Or Wendy, I see your hand.
Yeah, I could probably weigh in a little bit, and then Amber can fill in anything that I'm missing.
Okay.
I know when I was on Park Commission, that it was I was in 15, 16, and 17. We had issues with the Waterwise Garden just not looking so good, not being maintained very well. We did go back to the creators of the Waterwise Garden and ask for them to do some more maintenance on it. It didn't really change much. We waited another year, went back to renegotiate the contract and asked them to also do some educational twice a year sessions on the Waterwise Garden. And that also didn't happen. There were just certain things that weren't part of what the designers of the garden were willing to do, like leaf removal and clearing out dead plants and cutting things back. So at some point, the Park Commission took it up and they asked Amber to look into finding somebody else to maintain the garden. And then we got Cleanscapes working on it. And so then Cleanscapes, they're not really experts in waterwise gardening either. No. But it did fall into, I think, some disrepair. There were dead plants that were beyond their life cycle that needed to be replaced. And so I think in good faith, Vicki came in and reported to the council on what she had done and the work that she did. I know Amber sent an email out to all of us that Vicki had worked on that and the reasons that she did what she did. So that's the update that I had. If I'm missing anything, Amber, let me know. Maybe she reported to the Park Commission and not the city council, because I saw Sarah shaking her head, but
I don't remember getting a report from Vicki on anything, so.
it was from Amber, but it was about Vicki having worked on the Waterwise Garden.
Wendy, that's everything I recall.
We have Phil McDuffie is with us. His hand is raised, and I'm sure everyone knows this, but chairperson of the Park Commission. Phil, floor is yours, man. Go for it.
Yeah, I'd just like to briefly chime in. First off, I would really like to sing the praises of Vicki. I think she hustles, and I feel like we're tremendously privileged to have her, and we need to do everything possible to recognize her and keep her. I do think she acted in what she felt was good faith, and there is absolutely no intent to indict her in any way on anything that was done. I do think there are a lot of native plants that she's not familiar with that certainly look very unsightly and may have been very well past their life cycle. I too am not an expert in this regard, but there's a lot of ways that I would like to see us at least consider, and I know there are citizens in the neighborhood who are willing to pay for this. Unfortunately, we're in COVID right now, but Texas A&M offers a program of native, Texas-based horticulture to become a certified expert. There's also a lot of educational opportunities with the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center and things of that nature. All that being said, I've taken it on. I think there was some miscommunication with the Park Commission and that type of thing. I would just like us to make an effort to try to restore the plants as best we can, and perhaps even use this as an opportunity, much in the same way that Mayor Dyson, I saw that you have the Winston Churchill quote behind you. We can use this as an opportunity to see that maybe we can even improve the garden and add some more color. Primarily, I think Greenscapes had proposed to add a lot of upright agaves and things of that nature. While those things may have a place in the garden, one of the things that the Waterwise Garden particularly was trying to do was have a variety of color throughout the different parts of the year. And once again, I'm going to try to find the time to research that, to get us a list of plants and kind of outline when those plants might be flowering and when we can find those plants available, either purchase them with public or private funds. And certainly we may be able to find volunteers, or we can elicit Vicki's help in replacing some of those plants. Mr. Patterson and myself worked, volunteered Sunday and cleared out a lot of the damage that was done as a result of the winter freeze. So we pitched in. We were thinking we might be able to do that again this weekend as well, and maybe get some other volunteers out there. So we understand that the staff is very overstretched and over taxed. And so we're trying to do everything possible to pitch in as a community and help them out. So that's all I have at the moment, but it would be great if we can kind of retain the event. The other thing is, I know Marnie Fitzgerald mentioned that she might be willing to get some help from the Rollingwood Women's Club to do labeling, or HERF to do labeling on the various plants, as the intent of the Water-Wise Garden is to be educational to the community and to the citizens of Rollingwood. So.
Right. Thank you, Phil. And yeah, to that end, Marnie has actually reached out earlier this evening to the city and mentioned the same. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is, or I guess maybe one of the things I'd really encourage is suggesting that we figure out kind of an intelligent succession plan, if you will, right? I think the Water-Wise Garden, as Sarah very correctly pointed out, was a key source. It was an asset to the city, right? A source of pride and very much a focal point. I think some of the folks maybe that were most passionate about the Water-Wise Garden, ended up with either leaving the community or having other focus points. So if we could figure out a way when we do go through this restoration process, which I think is probably in the best interest of the city, if we could figure out an intelligent way to kind of ensure that process lives on, I think that's probably an important part for us to consider going forward. Amy, you briefly had your hand raised, and then some very, very thoughtful gentleman was just checking on you.
He was offering me water. My comment is one that I remember Gavin making at one point in time as well. If we're going to kind of do a little bit of rethinking on the garden, there's those shrubs that grow up in the front of it that get really unsightly, and they were not getting trimmed. And at some point in time, we're all going to start returning to City Hall for council meetings, and they scrape the sides of our cars. And so perhaps in this reimagining, there could be a little bit of thoughtfulness on not having such giant bushes that people, and the other thing is it keeps people from being able to get on the passenger side out of their car to get to City Hall.
And one of the bigger problems for a while was the ability to use our sidewalks. I remember a couple of occasions being a little flustered when I saw moms and with their strollers and electing to go onto the street, and basically walk towards oncoming traffic rather than use the safety of the sidewalk. So I do think we can. There are any number of things to consider.
I have a weed eater I'll loan to the project.
Fair enough.
I think a lot of that's been cleared out already, Gavin.
Oh, not as much as I would do.
Well, I do, as I said before, I don't know that anyone would disagree that the Water-Wise Garden is an asset to the city. And I think if we can figure out an intelligent way to take ownership of the upkeep, maintenance, and restoration to begin with, I suppose, then I think I'm really have my support in it.
And I will do my part to try to get these things heard before the Park Commission and the citizens of Rollingwood. And I thoroughly agree that I too find the overgrowth out onto the street when I'm trying to get to City Hall to be a problem. And certainly we can take the areas around the sidewalk and those type of things into consideration. I mean, there's no need that we need to overburden our citizens in Rollingwood with overgrowth or anything of that nature. So, but hopefully we can find a nice balance of respecting the plants and respecting all of our citizens at the same time. So,
Certainly an admirable endeavor. Yes, ma'am, Wendy.
I just want to thank Phil and Rob Patterson for being willing to go out there and work on that. And also just acknowledge the extraordinary amount of work that went into Vicky's restoration of that Waterwise garden. And I know that some people are mad about having removed some plants and replacing them with less desirable plants, but I noticed it when I walked down there after it was done, and I really thought it looked terrific, and like it was the best I've seen it look in a long, long time. And if you look in the agenda packet and you can look at the before and afters, you can really appreciate how much work that was for her to have done. And just want to give a kudos to her because she is such a go-getter, and she just does an amazing job for the city, and it's just really appreciated.
Thanks, Wendy. Are we proposing action now, council?
I think if the park commission has already been given a supervisory role over the Waterwise garden, then we can just let them take it over, right? And work with Vicky and Amber on additional updates and restoration of that area.
I think Phil, I think your phone isn't muted and we're getting a little feedback coming in. Or
I
might
can
be mine.
mute it. I can certainly mute it, but
Okay. It was just kind of humming at us. Didn't know. If you-
sorry about that. There shouldn't be any noise, but yeah, I mean, I, for one, I can't speak obviously on behalf of the entire park commission, but I do know our members of the park commission, and, you know, we'll chip in to the degree that we can. So I would agree with that anyway. And at this point, I will mute myself.
Thanks. And I had almost forgot, scrolling through these pictures, that we had a bench back there by the mayor's tree. With that, council, so it doesn't sound like there's action to take on this. Is that a fair assessment? And if so, we'll, sorry, go ahead.
I said, it sounds like we're good.
Okay, so in that case, then assuming no objection, we've covered item 12, so I'll move on to item 13. Discussion and possible action regarding a plan for education in support of removal of plants and trees that were severely damaged by or did not survive Winter Storm Uri. Can't believe you called it out by name. And any other projects that support OWIL and wildfire prevention efforts, and any budget required for evaluation and replacement on city property. Amy, that's a very, very thoughtful way to go about it. I'm of a mind we don't invoke the name of such transgressors like that, but you know, if we're having another late season storm, it's on you.
Right. Well, the main reason that I put this agenda item on here, and I talked with Wendy about it beforehand some, is we have a lot of plants that have been freeze dried, and there have been warnings issued by Commissioner Howard and others that those freeze dried plants can potentially be a fire hazard. And so I think right now we've had the dumpsters and given people an opportunity to start clearing out those things. But the thing that we don't know yet is the impact on plants that are dormant versus dead. And so I think there may be another round of once the spring hits and we find out what's actually dead versus what's been dormant, where having potentially having dumpsters again, or some sort of education that can go out to the community about opportunities for help with clearing additional brush might be important. And I thought that with that, I know that I've talked with Commissioner Howard some, and I know that it's important to her to start having a collaborative effort among Western Travis County on wildfire prevention efforts. And so I thought this might be a good time to go ahead and just start that process of finding out how we might start taking some small steps to connect, to evaluate in our city some things that we can do to start looking towards wildfire season, and then also how we might be able to connect with other stakeholders. And that meaning like Westlake Hills and the Westlake Fire Department, and then also Travis County at large has been working on some different fire prevention things. Councilmember Alter also works on fire prevention for her district of Austin, which abuts Westlake Hills and is close to us as well. And I think there's a lot of things that can be learned from the work that some of the other elected officials right around us have already done. So that was kind of the thought behind it, was to maybe be a little proactive on thinking about what happens in the spring when we find out what's actually dead versus dormant, and then also starting to think about the next emergency. I'm hoping for no more winter storms.
No more.
I do know there's a few more that are named, but hopefully they don't become notorious. But I think that something that we could look at in our emergency protocols that Amber just did a great job of kind of assessing it. We might be in a better mindset right now too, to start thinking about that the next emergency type of thing could be wildfire, because that's something that our area continues to try to work on being prepared for. So I'll before I make a motion, I'll just see if there's any other comments.
I think I just wanted to add, I know you mentioned it in passing, but just adding the oak wilt part of it, that some of the oak trees in our neighborhood were damaged because of the storm, and having some education go out to the community that we really need to not only throw away the branches so that they're not laying on the ground, but also paint those trees, because we have some active oak wilt in the trenched area, which we want to protect our canopy. And so that was kind of the other part of the educational item.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Wendy's been really on the oak wilt part of what's happening with trees, and has been much more involved in that, and talking with neighbors and seeing things than I have. So I appreciate that as well. So my motion would be to direct the city administrator to consult with Director of Public Works, the Chief of Police, the Westlake Fire Department Chief, and any other key stakeholders, which may include other local elected officials or entities that may be able to assist us with working on wildfire prevention and oak wilt education, to identify any recommended educational resources and support elements for the next stage of plant and tree removal resulting from the winter storm Uri. And I would add also to start planning for wildfire prevention efforts in the city.
We have a motion. It's a doozy.
Second.
We have a second from Wendy. Okay.
And I would clarify that I think if we can receive a kind of an initial action item report of things that the educational resources budget that we might need to bring in extra dumpsters, things like that. It doesn't have to be grandiose. I think it's just starting to be forward thinking on how we address the additional impacts, and then how we start thinking about this summer.
Okay, we have motion second. Additional comments or thoughts? Not hearing any. Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Next up, update and discussion possible action on the requested oak wilt ordinance. Charlie, I know you don't like to generally, it's a win when you don't have to speak. Did my best, but this one's really probably best served by you providing us with a little bit of a commentary on what you and your team have for us today.
So the main issue that we need to deal with is that parts of the oak wilt ordinance as presented were going to be problematic with respect to enforcement. And I don't have it up in front of me, but I'm pulling it up right now. So the backup information provided by Robin Amau pretty much spells it out pretty clearly. So we're happy to adjust it in a way that makes it more enforceable, but the way it was drafted made it problematic.
Yeah, this was my item, and I was just gonna weigh in on that. Maybe just directing the city attorney to draft an ordinance to bring back to city council as laid out in the memo. Because I think we just want to make it enforceable, and that keeping it simple is always a good thing. So it says to incorporate under section 18-209A, any person or company licensed by the city to perform tree trimming and or removal work who discovers or suspects oak wilt infestation or an infected oak wilt tree shall report that information to the city administrator by the next business day. The city will confirm oak wilt, and if confirmed, the owner of the property shall be notified of the nuisance tree. So I think bringing that back in ordinance form would be my motion.
Second.
Motion from Wendy and a second from Sarah. Go
And
ahead, Sarah.
I would like to add that we should not notify just the owner of the property, but the surrounding properties. Because if somebody has oak wilt on their property, their neighbors are also need to be made aware.
I think that's already part of our ordinance, though. Isn't it, Amber, that we notify neighbors within 150 yards or?
I think 150 feet.
150 feet.
Okay.
So this was just filling in that hole of not having requirements to notify the city if there's a suspected case of oak wilt. So the contractor and the homeowner should notify us so we can verify.
Then we need to, when we are notified, we need to notify residents as already required in our ordinances.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other conversation, council, discussion?
So what is the mechanism to make sure that this is enforced? Or is there an how will you know, how will people know to do this?
Well, one of the things that we're working on, Amber and Ashley and I are going to send out some oak wilt education and do some more. We put some stuff up on the website. We have an oak wilt page on the website now. There's something that flashes on the front page. And so I think it's just a matter of, like everything else, finding ways to educate our community. They need to paint, when the tree limbs get broken. They need to let us know if they see oak wilt, and it'll just be ongoing educational efforts that we put out there through different messaging.
But is there an enforcement? But is there an enforcement mechanism on the company that's doing the tree trimming?
They have to come in for a permit every year. And so,
right. And so at that point that they come in, what are we doing to ensure that they know this provision?
Amber, that's a good point. Perhaps we should make sure that this, Carrie knows that we need to include this in the packet for people getting a permit.
We can do that.
That's a good point.
And then like make them know if you don't comply, then you won't be permitted the next time you come in.
Is that legal, or is it that they could get a fine? Because Charlie, this is enforceable, right? So if like a tree trimming company came and they trimmed trees and they didn't report oak wilt, but
do we permit tree trimmers within the city limits?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Then we can. We could include this as part of the qualifications for tree trimming. an obligation to report these, and one of the enforceable provisions would be failure to do so if discovered is, they can't be permitted to do tree trimming work in the city for a period of time.
Okay. So will you all add that in when you bring it back to us, Charlie?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I had.
All right. Any other discussion, council? In case I'll call for the vote. Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
and Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Charlie. Item 15, discussion of possible action or request that P&Z evaluate and make recommendations on a residential landscaping ordinance in consultation with the Development Services Director. Sarah, you want to provide a little bit of context?
Right. I have been talking to Carrie about a number of incidences. We've had a number of incidents of people washing out, dirt into the street from landscaping activities. I don't know if any of the concrete washout has been from landscaping or if that's all been construction, but a lot of material getting into the street, construction in the right of way from landscaping projects, just things like that that I have asked Carrie about. And her response has been, I don't have any tools to do anything with that. I don't have to have the landscapers come in to get a permit. So I can explain all of the requirements to the building contractors who are getting a building permit. But because there is no landscaping permit, when there are big projects being done, there's no mechanism for her to provide any information requirements, tell them what they are and aren't allowed to do, work hours, any of those things. And so it's something that she had said would be helpful to her to have a landscaping ordinance. We talked about that years back, even with Mike Alexander, that there was no landscaping ordinance and that would be helpful for drainage issues because we don't have anything. When no permit is required, people can change their landscaping that causes drainage problems. There's no opportunity for a drainage review because they don't have to get a permit for landscaping changes. So there's a number of potential issues that could be addressed by having big landscaping projects require a permit as well.
Sarah and Mayor, would you mind if we brought up agenda item number 20 with this? Because I think it kind of relates to my agenda item number 20. If we could bring them up together and talk about that at the same time.
20 or 21?
20?
20. I'm not opposed to it. Council, you guys want to discuss it as well? Cool. I'll call 20. Discussion possible action require property owners to call 811 to locate gas lines and contact the city of Rollingwood to locate water lines and to require property owners to flag city water lines and use best practices to protect city water lines before any digging or excavation activities begin and to assess associated fees to be charged.
And Sarah, I think the reason I wanted to see if maybe we could bring this up together is the digging and excavation activities and bringing in heavy equipment it has been the cause of some of our water line breaks. And my house that's under construction now on Vale, we brought in heavy equipment over the water line that I thought was in the street when we replaced the water lines in our water line improvement process. So didn't even alert to the fact that it could be in that right of way and buried 3 feet down. And so one of the things that I wanted to bring forward in this, if we're going to have some sort of permit process, is that before digging or excavating, that we not only mark the water lines in the street with a blue line, but we have the contractors locate the water line and mark them off, and then use I don't know what the best practices are, but use best practices to protect the water line. Specifically, there are water lines in our city that are more vulnerable than other water lines that are buried shallow, that don't have proper bedding, that, you know, are not part of the replacement, which was the one in the house that we're building. We're completely rebuilding now. So, you know, I think just taking that up with a landscaping ordinance would be helpful. Because I do think we need to not only kill gas lines and kill the electricity when we're going to do demolition or excavation activities, we also need to protect the city water lines, and that's not in an ordinance anywhere.
Yeah, those things can happen even when it's not a landscaping project too. So that to me needs to happen for demolition and construction that already requires a building permit. But
if there's not a building permit and they're bringing in heavy equipment, we don't want it to be excluded from that, you know, because Land West, for instance, you know, had a problem where they kept breaking it on Hatley and they were just doing landscaping. So like what our builder is doing is putting down steel metal plates and building a bridge over the water lines. I don't know if it's probably not the cheapest solution, but, I don't know if it's the best practice, but we, you know, figured that if the water line breaks again, that my neighbors are probably going to come and like torch our place because they've had so many boil water notices. So it's worth anything to keep that from breaking in our budget. So anyhow, that I think just taking those things up, maybe they need to be separate, but I don't think that the water line should be excluded from the landscape ordinance discussion.
Oh, I agree with that.
So I'll make a motion to request that P&Z evaluate and make recommendations for a residential landscaping ordinance in consultation with the Development Services Director.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion, council? Not hearing any. Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you in advance, P&Z, for your attention to the matter. Item 16, update on the status of the LUE study. Do we have a status update? Amber?
Yes, there is a memo with an update on the progress that we've made on the LUE study. One of the things, Amy, maybe you want to speak to this. You pointed it out in our kickoff meeting, was the importance of folks providing any and all information they might have that we want our consultant to look at early.
Right. So Melissa put together a list of all the data that she's requested so that everyone can see what data she has requested and then what data she's received. And we thought that it would be good to go ahead and provide that update now early in the process. So if there's additional data that needs to be evaluated that anyone's aware of as part of her evaluating the LUEs in the city, this is a great time to provide that information so that she can then move to the next stage with that information.
Thank you, Amy. Do we have anybody else that?
Amy, is there a list of properties that are not connected to our wastewater system? That might be something to provide, because one of the things we talked about was evaluating what it would cost to connect them to our our wastewater later. And they were talking about it, the strike force.
I'm not aware of a comprehensive listing of properties that are not connected to our wastewater.
I think we have, I mean, I think we can, that would be a good thing to include in the data for Nalisa to include in her study, because that's part of funding our wastewater system. If we're going to hook up those properties later, we're going to need to make up the money to be able to do that.
Just, food for thought. It is not atypical for a developer to have considered that should renovations or rebuilding of it, especially on a commercial side, come into play. And that can be one of the negotiating points for the city going forward. Should it need,
Okay, I just would like that data to be provided to Nalisa.
sure.
I think that's a great point. I think that's the exact reason why we asked her to put together the report and have the data, because we know our city and the issues that she may not know to ask for. So that's a great example.
So on the listing of information that's been provided to date and been requested, just clarifying, and maybe this is not being excluded, but it looks like what's been provided to date only goes up through April of last year on the water usage, or May of last year. And then the request to be provided since April 2020, current water use by month by account. I would hope that we're including the water usage all the way up to the most current information available, because we've had some commercial properties change and new properties come online, and we need to make sure we're including all of that data.
That's how I interpret her request.
Okay.
So is there still data missing from what you interpreted, Amber, and what Sarah's saying? I'm not following right now. I'm trying to look at two screens and take notes. So
On page 2, the data provided to date, it says water usage by connection by month for 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 from January through May. But then June through December is not included, and 2021 to date is not included.
So I think she's asking then, she's even doubling up on April and May of 2020 and asking for the new request to include April 2020 through current water use. On number 2 under data requested / to be provided.
Okay, that, I guess the way it was presented, that wasn't clear. So, okay, that makes more sense.
So Amber, can you just confirm whenever you get that data to her that it covers the dates that Sarah has pointed out?
I will.
Do we have any additional action, council?
Thank you for the update. We hadn't heard anything and nothing had been happening, and it had been a number of months, and we keep adding new charges that we're saying we're going to fund from the wastewater fund balance, which we don't have a balance. So we need to make sure we are getting our LUEs properly assigned and billed for, so that we can pay for everything that we need to be covering. So
Sure. And some of that timing, just so it's on the record for clarification, was waiting for the new billing manager to come on board. And I think that was a really good administrative choice by Amber to do those two things together, because it is helping kind of onboard everybody with new information. And hopefully that will make the system more robust and make sure that we consider all the data that we need to.
I have an old email where we had some PUD docs for the zoning map, and Jay had found some PUD docs, and he had the Village at Tremont, which is there, but then there's also Heritage Square PUD, and then Village at Western Oaks that aren't on that list. And I don't know if one of those is maybe the American Retirement Corporation that's been renamed, but Amber, I'll forward you that email just so you'll have those PUDs to provide to her if you haven't already.
Great, thanks. I think we've got most of them, but go ahead and make sure I've got them.
I'll send it to you too, Ashley.
Yeah, I think the Heritage Square properties are all billed separately. So I think they have individual wastewater or water and wastewater accounts. That was all I was after. I don't know if we're
Okay.
waiting.
Sorry, I
for
was just
anything
letting the
else.
discussion happen.
Okay.
In that case, I'll move on to item 18. Or sorry, 17. Discussion and possible action, request utility commission evaluate and draft policy for council review and adoption to require that new residential water meters installed at the request of the property owner be digital meters paid for by the property owner.
Yes. That was my request to have this on here. We keep looking for ways to fund things, and we are replacing water meters when we have new construction come in and a bigger line required, so bigger meter required. And it seems like we could be making a dent in the cost for upgrading to the digital meters if we just started replacing those with, started replacing the new meters going in as digital meters instead of putting in the same old meters that we've had in place. And because it's being done, that the meter replacement is being done at the request of the property owner, then that is I think, reasonable and acceptable cost for them to bear. And if we just have a policy of this is what we're putting in for new meters, and when you need a new meter, this is how you get the new meter.
Well, I will tell you that back in, I believe it was 2016, I was on council and suggested something not dissimilar to this, and it got absolutely roasted for it by both my fellow council members, some of them, as well as the public. What do you say, council? Sentiment changed?
I just wonder if we know what electric meters we're actually going to end up using, because I know we're probably not going to use AWR. And then I wonder if we install electric water meter, what sort of infrastructure we need to install around it, and how that would work on a job by job basis. I'm not opposed to it. Like, for instance, if I needed to replace a water meter at my home that we're building now, I would gladly purchase the water meter that's electronic for the city if that, is what they requested us to do, because we're hemorrhaging money anyway. So why not? But I just wonder if we know even what to have them buy. Or
It's a really fair assessment. If you're going to have them plug in, you better make sure that there's something there to receive the electronic readouts, right?
Well, you can manually read an electronic meter the same as you have to manually read the, the old fashioned meters. So
There as well.
that does not change your option. It only adds options to what can be done.
Are the digital meters somewhat universal, or are they proprietary to the reading, however you read them? Like, is it like you can just buy a different brand name and it still works or not?
I think it would be important for council to select a type of meter, and that way we have the specs. And we know what we're installing, and we could be prepared for an appropriate reading software if we do move that way.
Do we have enough data from the AWR pilot project to know if we're going to go with that or something else?
We should ask them for a final report. I think they've been on there. You all would know better than I.
They never did the propagation study, right?
No. They didn't perform on a number of things, but I do think there's significant data that we should have access to from the bits and pieces that they did perform. As I understand it, there are a couple of meters that were no data was collected, as it was never they never verified or failed to ensure that there was a Wi-Fi connection. So, I mean, the quality of the data that we've received is, I guess, TBD, maybe. That said, I'm aware of both my system and a number of others. I got bailed out of 2 water leaks. I was notified of 2 water leaks. So that was pretty helpful. And I'm aware of at least on 2 other occasions, neighbors that also had their trials installed having a similar report. So
I had 3 leaks. So.
So, and you were properly notified. Did you find it helpful, I guess, is kind of the question. Do you think?
Yeah, it was helpful. It was helpful when I fixed the first 2 leaks and I still had a leak to know that I hadn't fixed it yet. So.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I think it's a good idea, Sarah. But I do agree with Wendy. Like, we need to know what that is we're going with. Yeah.
And
Well,
just
when we-
because, go ahead, Sarah, and then I'll say.
Well, I was going to say, when we started the project, AWR strongly recommended this brand because they said it was kind of the leader in the market, and it was well regarded, and they had a lot of experience with it, and it was, kind of the top of the line meter. It was the clear choice in their mind.
Yeah, it showed up for work.
There's like Cedar Park and other municipalities who've just recently gone through this exercise that we may be able to contact and find out, like, what other options are out there. Because I'm not feeling very confident in the smooth talking selections right now of that particular provider.
And Water District 10 also recently installed electronic meters, and so I've been in touch with the director of 10 to get information from them. I think the Badger water meter is a good option and something that council could consider, so we could cut out the middleman from AWR and just go directly with the Badger type meter. I know Sunset Valley also uses those meters. If we were to do it citywide, and this might be a question for Charlie, it would be, I think what was quoted to us was something around $300,000 if we did it citywide. And we would need to go out for bids on that project. And so I'm just thinking through how that would work. If there is a way we could implement this policy before we go out for bid for the larger project.
I was just trying to make a, kind of the reverse of attrition, right? Just add them, start making progress, right? Add them as new meters have to be put in anyway. And that reduces the cost that the city has to bear when we get to the point of saying that we are now in a position to replace all the meters and go to strictly a remote digital readout instead of having to have somebody go by and read the meters every month.
Yes, I think it's a good idea. And I think we've, capitalizing on that opportunity is important. We could have made a lot of progress if we had done what you're suggesting, Sarah, a few years ago.
Right.
Well, I just know the agenda item is to have the utility commission to evaluate this. So
right.
I'm good with that.
Is that a motion?
Well,
I don't want to steal Sarah's glory, but I'll second it.
would it make more sense? Would it make more sense in the use of the utility commission's time to wait until we actually have some more information about the digital water meters before they start working on a policy?
Well, in my mind, they would sort of be tasked with helping gather that information.
Okay, that's a good clarification. I'm happy to take whatever motion you have, Sarah.
I just move that we request the utility commission to evaluate and draft a policy for council review and adoption to require that new residential water meters installed at the request of the property owner be digital meters paid for by the property owner.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Gavin.
It's okay.
We're fast enough. Forgot you said you were going to second it. Sorry.
A motion from Sarah and a second from Wendy. Record note that Gavin just missed out on it. Do we have any discussion, council?
So my only further discussion would be to make sure that the utility commission has visibility on this conversation and for them to look at the options and gather that information and take that into consideration when they come up with the ordinance.
And considering the amount of construction we do have going on in town, probably a good idea to make sure that folks and stakeholders in the city are notified so that when it drops back in council at some point, there isn't a suggestion that it's the first time folks are hearing about it.
Well, and to be clear, I don't think I would support, I think it needs to be on new builds from the date of adoption. I don't think we ought to go back and change the rules on anyone. It's already under construction.
Which is certainly something to consider then too, right? So on new permits at a certain point, which will then invite what happens if you have to renew a permit mid-construction and so on. So all fun things to work through.
I don't think the cost differential is
significant
compared to the cost of the build.
Well, and I think we have to buy our water meter anyway when we upgrade to a 1-inch meter. So I don't know what the difference is between a regular analog 1-inch meter and a digital, but yeah, we hemorrhage money while we're building. So bring it on. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
What's a little more blood, huh?
Right.
Man, remind me not to hire you. Kidding, of course. Amy, do we have additional discussion? Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, council, and thanks ahead of time, Utility Commission. Discussion and possible item 18, discussion possible action to direct the city administrator to provide report of up-to-date cost estimations for future funding consideration, including but not limited to valve and water line location GIS study, decommissioning old water lines, replacing water lines less than 2 inches, cul-de-sac water line project, moving remaining backyard water lines to street, replacing water meters, and any other projects identified through city council discussion. It's a big one.
Yes,
Good
I
luck.
like to write my agenda items really long, so you have to read them. You know, that's how I
Well,
roll.
I was more meaning it's a big one because it's very open-ended.
Yes. Well, I asked Amber about this, you know, I just wanted to see, you know, if it would be helpful if that, you know, as we're moving forward with our tax notes and identifying, you know, projects that need to be done. I know we have the CIP, but it doesn't really consolidate all of these projects into one sort of list that we can have for up, you know, projects that we have upcoming with our water lines, kind of like we have for our drainage issues, where we could prioritize these improvements, because I think our water system is high on my list for things that we might look at, you know, spending some of our remaining tax note funding on it after our current projects are done. So, and then it will also lead into the next agenda item on 19 that I'm bringing to the council just to look at potential funding, if you wanted to bring that up at the same time. But I can make a motion to direct the city administrator to provide that report as listed on the agenda, item number 18, if the council wants that information.
I'll second. And my comment is, if we don't have a cost for it that's up to date, just to put that we don't have it. So you don't have to go out and seek out new costs. It's just basically a catalog so we can see what we do of all of these water line projects that have been brought up. Which ones do we have kind of the current cost, and which ones would we still have to go out and do more engineering or study to start evaluating? Wendy may feel differently, but that's what was my thought. Was this wouldn't require engineering time to do more evaluation of costs.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's just having a list of all of the projects we have on the horizon, and then knowing which ones we still need to do some work on to find out, you know, what the scope of it is and then the cost. But knowing that this is not an inclusive list either. This was just my brainstorming. So there might be other things that the council wants to add to the list as it, you know, comes out. It'd just be a helpful tool for us to have as we start prioritizing our next projects.
Yeah, long ago, I think it's a good idea. Long ago, I thought it would be a great thing to include in, say, like a comprehensive plan or something, but then that went down a rabbit hole. So
Are we going to do a comprehensive plan?
I don't speak those words. I'm sorry I brought it up, but my point being, yeah, this is a great idea, and it's the type of planning that is in my mind for. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Balloon string.
Tying the string around the balloons. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's all right. It's only March. I'm sure we'll get there. All right. Well, are you inclined, Wendy, to make your motion?
Oh, I thought I did.
You did? Oh, sorry. And Amy seconded. Correct. And we
Mhm.
have any additional discussion, council? Sorry, it's getting late. Let's skip dinner. Amy, how you feeling? Hi. Sarah, what do you think?
Aye.
Gavin?
Aye.
Wendy?
Aye.
Jackpot. More to do. You got this.
Okay. I'm going to make, oh, you're going to bring up item 19. I'll let you do your job.
Okay. Oh, I don't mind. You could skip ahead on item 19 and make a motion. Davis.
I don't have a motion.
Okay. Discussion and possible action regarding Texas Water Development Board 2020 Regional Water Plan, including discussion of current and future water agreements, City of Austin and LCRA water treatment options, wastewater treatment options and financial assistance opportunities.
Okay, so let me cue this up. I'm going to try to make it quick, but I wanted to bring this to the council's attention because I went down a rabbit hole researching something and I found our Region K 2021 regional water plan. It's a legislatively required plan for droughts. You know about it, Gavin, I'm sure. So I read through it, and one of the interesting pieces I saw was that, and I highlighted it in the document where you would find the Rollingwood, but the regional water plan says that in 2030, the city of Austin will not be renewing our water contract. And we will not be able to buy wholesale water from the city of Austin, that we will have LCRA as a possible option to purchase water wholesale and then have the city of Austin clean it for us. And that we also should explore emergency water opportunities, in that we should look at having groundwater like a well for emergencies if we were to have a severe drought and LCRA could not sell us the water. The other part of that is they're looking at 2020 as the start of our water conservation, and they have a capital expense our city when we move forward with water conservation projects and connecting to the LCRA of $80,000 for 1.6 miles of pipe that we need to build, that we will be sponsoring the project for, to connect to the water system. And then the other part of it is, go ahead.
I thought it was 800,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say that price is
81,000, I'm sorry, 81,000.
Oh, I thought it, okay. I must have read the wrong number. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
801, no, hold on. Now,
I thought it was 800,000.
You're not,
Yeah.
guys,
It's
I'll tell you
like-
right now, you're not getting that kind of mileage and pipeline for $81,000.
no, 800, and it's over
Yeah,
800,000.
It was closer to
Not
the
81.
range.
It's 1.6, so it's, but yeah, so the other part of it is any projects that the city of Rollingwood has that are approved projects under our Region K water plan, the regional water plan, we then qualify for different opportunities to finance anything that will conserve water, like replacing water lines that are broken, anything that leads to us not having water loss. We can possibly qualify for the below market rate. Like if you pull up the lend rate memo too under the agenda item, and you'll see the TWDB rates if you have a AAA rating, and it's showing like 0.95%.
We don't have that.
Okay, AA, 1.10%.
We're
But it's definitely below market rate. So
we're on the verge of losing that.
okay, we're not going to lose it. We're gonna hold tight. But I wanted to talk about that, and it kind of relates to the agenda item I have of all the outstanding water items that we have, because the old infrastructure creates a lot of water loss. We have to, replace our water meters, which will help us to identify leaks, which would qualify under this, which is $300,000. And so if we get a package together and we can use the state revolving funds for the project with a really low interest rate, it's just another funding opportunity I didn't know existed that I thought I would bring to the council's attention. And that's all I really have on that, unless anyone else wants to talk about it.
I kind of wonder if this is something that needs to be in our comprehensive plan of how we're going to address this issue. And I don't really know where to insert it into the process, whether it goes to the strike force or whether we can have Pegasus help us in understanding how to evaluate it. But maybe someone else has an idea of where we are as a community and in where we can have that start.
Amber, didn't you say that there was one of our engineers we could possibly have kind of evaluate this for us and see what the impacts might be? Or I don't know either. That I had the same thought of sending it to the strike force, but when you look at the, the two attachments, volume 1 and volume 2, both of those are over 500 pages long. Even though I highlighted where Rollingwood was listed in each of them. And it's also not super clear to me what all of it means, because I'm not an expert in that industry, but I do think it's worth finding an expert to help us figure it out because it's on the horizon in less than 10 years.
I think our strike force chairman is kind of an expert in that field, yes?
He is.
So we might start there with at least making him aware and seeing what he thinks and whether that would be something that he thinks that they could handle as part of the strike force, or if we need reinforcements.
And there is a contact for our Team 5, which is the Central Regional Water Project Development Team. And so I attached that also, so we have a phone number to call. It's Dane Larson's the manager, and we could, have them do a presentation for us or something if they're able to come out and firsthand provide the strike force or the city council with some information.
I'm happy to set us up with LCRA too. I've got some good folks over there. It's not an option for about 80 more days, but after that, we can do it.
Great, that'd be helpful. And I think it's just, I don't know what it means if we buy water wholesale and then still have City of Austin clean it for us, like what cost that will add, or how we would manage that any differently than how we're managing it now, where we really don't have any control over it. But building a water treatment facility may not be cheap either. So we're going to have to figure out a way to treat that water. That's all I got on that, unless anyone else wants to.
We might also want to talk to the small municipalities representative on Region 5. Looks like they're from Pflugerville. So that might be a mayor outreach. Lori Gillum is who's listed as the Pflugerville rep, representing small cities.
Amber, could you reach out to them?
Yes, I can do that.
Lano's the other person. And honestly, Lano may be closer to they may be more closely aligned to our situation than Pflugerville. I don't know.
So from what I'm hearing, it sounds like maybe we have a month of information gathering just from different people asking the contacts Gavin just said, talking with Tom Farrell to see what perspective he has, and then perhaps next month having it back on the agenda again to see if there's a next action. And then in 50 more days after that, Gavin can connect us with the LCRA.
Great. So maybe we'll just move this to next month's agenda. Ashley and Amber, if y'all wouldn't mind keeping it.
I also know the water utilities rep, who's John Burke out of Bastrop. I haven't seen him in about 20 years, but I know him.
Oh, the other part of funding is that we also are able to do some wastewater projects with the funding on some of these. I know we have a wastewater fund, but.
No, this is a good point, Wendy. This probably is a door into some opportunities we've always talked about, but never really, and I never even thought about going through the regional planning group.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for some below market interest rate loans to get some stuff done. We're ready to get some stuff done.
Yeah, this is a whole world, you know that, right? There's like a whole, this is a whole thing.
I don't know anything about it. I just accidentally found it and fell down the rabbit hole, and I wanted to bring you with me. So welcome.
It's definitely a rabbit hole.
Okay. Are we good? All set? Everyone's clear? We'll move on. Yes, okay. We've taken down 20 already. 21, consideration of street sweeping in the residential areas to support the city's MS4 permit. It's been a long time since we undertook some street sweeping, but wouldn't be the first time that we've considered this and followed it through. Sarah, you want to lead this, your item?
Yeah, I looked through the MS4. I remember when we did it before that Tom Farrell had commented that this was, helpful for action items on our, MS4 permit. I looked through the permit. It's not real clear how we're not supposed to be putting contaminants into the waterways, right? So it does definitely help. I can't give you a citation in the permit of, which part of this it would comply with, but with all of the construction projects, with landscaping projects, we've had a lot of dirt. Just right by my house, there's dirt, rock, somebody's mulch load in the middle of the street. And the biggest issue is all of the oak leaves that have fallen, and with so many people out walking, especially with the shutdown and the weather is nice, and if we get a little rain, those leaves are really slick. And so it's kind of a safety hazard for people walking too, to have all of those leaves in the street. And so I was hoping that we could investigate. I don't know what the cost is. I don't know how we have handled that in the past when we've done it, but I would like us to consider doing that again as a kind of a public safety and to help with the MS4 permit compliance, which we're having to go through the reporting process on that right now, right? So.
Yep. I don't think that's a big ask to explore, and then we can bring it back and see whether or not it's worth undertaking, unless council wants to provide that background. I'm not sure. I want to say, if memory serves, that we had reached out to the city of Austin to use their equipment or something, but say it's been a long time since we had that discussion.
Right.
The
Amber,
last time I remember a street sweeper, I kept hearing a loud street sweeper around my house, and I woke up and it confused me. And it was a helicopter chase from a car that woke everybody up. But I was like, when did we get street sweepers? It's really late for a street sweeper.
why are they doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Right, so weird.
Fair assessment. Amber, Ashley, do you think we could bother you guys to kind of dig into that and see what our options might be?
You bet.
Thank you. Item 22, discussion and possible action to request that the USPS replace and locate the damaged and unusable mail drop box currently at the corner of Rollingwood Drive and Wallace. Man, if we can figure out a way to get anything out of their budget.
Well, this has been several months since that has been taped up, or a month, more than a month. I actually asked our mail carrier about that because I had a letter that I needed to mail and I didn't have a drop box, so put it in my mailbox and happened to, go out there when she was picking it up. She told me that we need to complain. Lots of people complain and request a replacement. That was the best way to get some action on that.
Greasy
But-
wheels.
Do what?
Squeaky wheels.
Next
Right.
door, put it on next door.
There you go.
Soon
And
as
I
you get a
was
big
figuring,
response.
I was figuring if they need to upgrade the box, that's really not a particularly safe location. Because it's kind of a blind corner there for people putting mail in the box, and it doesn't have the, what do you call it? The spout, it doesn't have the extension so that you can drive by and drop in. And so I was thinking what would be ideal if we could get that is to have one that had a drive-by spot, and somewhere over, there's actually a pretty good location right there at the upper parking lot. Like when you pull in right off of Rollingwood Drive into that first driveway, right over on the left-hand side between the parking lot and the sidewalk. There's a spot right there that we could put the drop box. That way we don't have the problem of oncoming traffic. So you could, like a driver could pull up and pull down the driver's side window and drop it in right there and then go out, so they would be off the street when they were doing it. It would be closer to City Hall and the police station. So not quite as accessible for vandalism. And it would be still in a central location where people could access it and have a drop box in town again, which is, I find really helpful.
Do we know who to complain to?
So Mike, item 23 is a similar issue. I think we've all been noticing it, and I have an agenda sheet.
I
with
didn't
item
know
23 if you'd like to.
Yeah,
pull it
let's go ahead and
together.
pull that up as well. At one point I presume that was the same thing. The discussion possible action regarding the placement and procurement of secure collection box receptacles and hub facilities within Rollingwood.
Yeah, so I included some links there on the agenda sheet that give information about how collection boxes are managed and the installation and removal of them, which I thought could be helpful. There's a bunch of FAQs, and so I had a similar thought with potentially evaluating other locations. I would like to have our chief of police help us evaluate it and look at it from a more holistic standpoint, and maybe be able to observe some things that we wouldn't as neighbors, but that the police department might observe since they park vehicles in that upper parking lot. And we wouldn't want to impede with the other uses that they're aware of in that parking lot. I do think the upper parking lot probably has some good positions, but there could also be other locations that our police department might identify that would be even better. And from reading the FAQs, I believe that we can have a letter from the city specifically requesting that this one be removed and that a new one be installed, and we could suggest some locations for it. The other thing, while Wendy and I were talking about this, we were looking at, in addition to UPS, there's other, or US Postal Service, there's other services that are starting to be more prominent, and the Amazon hub service is one that there's really only a few hubs in the Austin area.
Yep.
But we kind of looked at it and wondered if, with different things that may happen at the legislature this year, and depending on where the sales tax gets collected, if it's at the location it's received or the location it's shipped from, that an Amazon hub in the city could provide another location where we would receive packages in the future and collect the sales tax on what we're receiving here. So potentially it being something that we could look at as another service that could be provided to the business community and residents.
Should already be getting the sales tax, but let's not say it's not a good idea still.
Well, I think that's why I wondered if, I know that there's questions right now about all of the, like Dell is wanting the sale, or Round Rock is wanting the sales tax to remain with them from the origin of where the machines are shipped from.
That's that's a 380, that's a chapter 380 agreement fight. It's a little different.
So do you think that's it? Do you think there's probably no benefit to the city from sales tax wise if we had a hub?
The Wayfair bill passed last session, and so we should already be getting that as of now. And Charlie, if I'm wrong, you correct me.
I don't think you're wrong.
Okay.
So what is what is this Amazon hub you speak of?
So the Amazon hub is it's something that like one of our businesses could put it in their location. We could find a place to support it residentially, but probably within the business district where there's lockers. And so your Amazon deliveries get sent to the locker and you can go pick it up. And then when you want to return things to Amazon, you go and you put it in the locker to return it. Right now, I believe that I see people going in the UPS store over in the Westwood Shopping Center to do Amazon returns, but it would give another service basically of not having to go stand in the line there and have a more secure locker where that's happening.
That's way above my pay grade. Holly's the only one that knows how to do that in our house.
Yeah, I just don't order anything from Amazon if I think I might return it because I don't like having to deal with the returns.
Sounds
But
like a good idea, though.
it was something that Wendy and I were looking at and wondering, if we're thinking about how like shipping is changing, that's a service that could be of interest. And there may be some benefits that we haven't fully recognized. I didn't have the time to fully research it, so I had it on here to send it to our CDC. Anyway, I could make a motion, Sarah, if you're okay with the action that I had requested in combining our two.
Sure.
So I would move to direct the chief of police to evaluate one or more preferred locations for placement of a blue collection box, and the city administrator requests that the local postmaster place a blue collection box in one of the preferred locations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Amy, a second from Sarah. Discussion, council. Not hearing any.
Wait, at one point. So would it be better for the mayor to send the letter than the city administrator? And who are we sending the letter to? The US?
It goes to the local postmaster based on like the links that I have here, and when I read through them, the local postmaster is the one who you first start with. I don't know who that is. I just know that that's what it directs, is that person has the control over it.
We can figure that out. We'll walk through the stages. I'm happy to put my autograph to a well-crafted letter that I will lean heavily on
City administrator will craft well-drafted
heavily
letter.
on our skilled staff for that.
So I would amend my motion to add the city administrator to draft a letter for submission by the mayor to request that the local postmaster place a blue collection box in one of the preferred locations.
Still second.
Thank you.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Not hearing any. Amy?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Gavin?
Aye.
Wendy?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Council. Item 24, home stretch, everybody. Discussion possible action to direct the city administrator to create a report to identify funding strategies for future projects, including but not limited to tax notes, bonds, low interest rate loan programs, TIFs and TERS, Economic Development Corporation, donation programs, right of way donations, and to bring back to council for future discussion and consideration. Again, this is very
broad. Can you help us narrow it down, or Wendy? Sorry.
Well, it looks like Amber and Ashley did a lot of collection and adding some items in there. But this is, again, one of those things where tying a string around the balloons. I think that there's an overwhelming amount of information that has been given to the council over years, and it's just hard to understand because it's in so many places. So just knowing, hey, this is what a tax note is, and this is the city's options with a tax note. If we do bonds, this is how that works, and when the bond elections are, some sort of summary that helps us to understand and also helps the public to understand what our options are. And it would be great in the comprehensive plan. And I know it's something that they've discussed and they've had some people working on. So maybe they, already have that work done. I'm not sure.
The only thing that comes to mind here is that we have in our RFP and what we've requested of James Gilly and U.S. Capital Advisors is something very, very similar to this. We also had something very similar to this in our scope of work with Pegasus. Pegasus obviously never made it this far. I mean, they still may, but I suppose the jury's out there. So we have attempted anyway to do this. What do you guys think? Let's follow up. I think first and foremost, you follow up with Mr. Gilly. We had also talked with Abel about taking the lead internally to put together some more information as far as kind of mid and long-term fiscal planning and opportunities, I suppose.
I mean, the problem I see with it is that it crosses so many different types of expertise.
Completely agree.
Like, is it good to segment it? Like, for water projects, here are funding options. For drainage product, here, for municipal infrastructure. And there's some that cross over into all of those.
So in short, that's what the way you just described it is what we've been attempting to do. Right. So K-Freeze in their IIP provided some guidance, and we had requested additional guidance on funding opportunities there. As I mentioned, Pegasus is in the same boat. I have to go back and review, but I can't imagine we left it out from Brinkley Sargent. One of the best times I ever spent with Councilmember Massengill was in a TDEC conference learning about both TIFs and TERS. We went so far as to ask a few experts to come and give those presentations to City Council, as well as RCDC a while back, and I believe U.S. Capital Advisors did the same thing. We really probably wanted to throw a good TERS around our 100% of our commercial district, and then probably not using this term correctly, but basically gerrymander the other 50% around the underdeveloped portions of our residential. TERS can be 50-50. It needs to be a minimum of 50% commercial. And what you would have done there, what we would have done there is captured years worth of exponential growth on any number of our residential properties. We still probably have some level of opportunity there, but I think at one point Gavin and I discussed that if we had done that, it was probably would have been the most successful TERS in its history. So, how much of that opportunity still exists? I guess, we could see. I'm sure it's still there to some
Now's the time, right? With all of our.
Well, I would argue that 3 years ago, 5 years ago was the time, but
It was.
arguably no time like the present, I suppose, right? So
That, and, you know, if the community feels it's important, we're ever so inclined to offer carrots for intelligent redevelopment of our commercial district. That's probably the lowest hanging fruit we still have in the city for upside. Certainly in the near term and midterm upside, but as mentioned, I think we're all keenly aware the jury is still out on what that may look like. So that said, yeah, to bring it back to your point, Wendy, and Gavin hit it as well. This is multidisciplinary. How do you tackle it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm attracted to having all of this in one place, but I'm really concerned about the bandwidth of our staff to pull something like this together. I mean, this could be
Huge.
huge.
Years worth of projects.
Yeah, and
Is there an expert who has this sort of information for cities?
I mean, I wonder if we couldn't, you know, does the COG have anything like that? I mean, are there other resources out there that have these sorts of
CapCog is probably a pretty good place. That's a pretty good place to start that conversation, or I guess revisit that conversation, actually.
I mean, them or TML or I don't know, but it seems like surely someone's taken a stab at some of this.
I think CapCog might be a really smart place to start. You know, I think this is kind of a project that I'd love to see, you know, our EDC also be involved in. We were kind of hoping to gear it that way, you know, for a while, best intentions and whatnot.
Well, maybe we could expend some funds to hire someone to get this together for the city.
Well, I mean,
Our CDC.
you know, we've done that, right? Retail Coach through RCDC did something similar.
But even at that, you're only going to be able to hire you'll hire somebody that knows EcoDevo, or you'll hire someone that knows tax.
That's right. And so generally speaking, what I think, you know, kind of more the point that I didn't articulate very well is figure out what your project is and then go and figure out how you finance it.
Yeah.
Right. And so that said, like TIFs and TERS is a little more generic in that it's a general strategy versus kind of a direct attack. Right. So, you know, I mean, you've got state and federal programs for clean water. You've got certainly state programs, bless you, for and private enterprise for trails and parks. There, you just, as I say, I think an approach is just to figure out what you want to focus on.
There's a multitude of different tools out there for funding mechanisms, but it's, in my experience, trying to figure out the funding mechanisms without knowing the project is not the best approach.
Fair.
So I go back to, you know, as the comprehensive planners are putting stuff together, you know, identify sources for your wastewater, or at least these are folks you talk to, right? Consider state grants, consider federal grants. You know, I think that's probably the approach.
Well, I remember like with the drainage IIP, and when we interviewed and hired Kay Freese, that was one of the selling points that they had, was that they were going to help us find grants and funding for all of these projects. But I haven't seen that sort of piece of the puzzle come back around. So, you know.
We always put it in all of the RFPs, and we never end up getting a deliverable on any of it ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I think to that point, Gavin, it's down to, hey, we got the IIP. Now that we have the IIP, we remind them gently as we're going through, the Nixon Pleasant. Guys, this is a deliverable for you. We have a very clear project. We understand very clearly what the scope is. Here's where you've already contracted with us to help us determine what potential revenue sources or funding sources are available to us in this regard.
I think part of the issue too is that borrowing money is so cheap right now and has been for a long time that a lot of times the red tape and the delay in your project, if you want to go after some of those low interest loans, is not worth the hassles compared to what you can borrow on the market. And so I think that's been kind of some recommendation of some of our consultants, is that maybe you just borrow the money and work at on your own timeline and without all of the administrative burden.
Well, I appreciate you putting all of these things in one agenda item, because it certainly will be something that I can mark and come back to and reference, under this agenda item. But thank you for that legwork that you did to put some of that together. But I do think that Mayor Dyson and Gavin are right. It is probably a bigger thing to try to, and Charles, to try to bite off and solve when we're not solving for a specific project. But the tips and tours, I do think a presentation again, or something coming back around on that, is really a good idea. And something going before Strike Force would be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that's still an active target, as I say. We're not seeing a shortage of new construction. We could have captured every time that gets reappraised. Actually, I guess the Travis County appraiser gave us a pass on the last one, right? No
It's time to do it before she could get that figured out.
Right. So, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly worth discussing as to whether or not that's a strategy we should move forward with. But for me personally, I find it to be pretty enticing at the end of the day. How do we put it in front of Strike Force?
Can we get the capital advisors to come in and do that same presentation that they did for us?
Let's do that.
Do that.
Great. I'd like to watch it again because it's just so interesting. It really is.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's cool tools when you figure out that they exist and kind of how they work. But yeah, so we'll get what I guess both Jerry and James to present. I think that's who presented last time around. Good deal. Do we need any action on that? That's not an action item, right? Okay, well, with permission, then I'll move on to 25, discussion possible action, review applications, make appointments to the Park Commission, Utility Commission, RCDC. Planning and zoning
Mayor,
board of participants. Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
interrupt? I want
course.
to bring up two things. One is I noticed Chris Kirksey's name is on there and he wants to be on the UC. In working more closely with Austin Energy, I've heard his name dropped and I think he works for Austin Energy. And so just put that on your radar. If we get a chance to plug him in, that might be a really good connect and contact. And then the other thing is I would beg the council to appoint somebody to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've been struggling to get quorum and have things that they absolutely need to address, and they're on a timeline.
Right.
So that's the other thing.
So Greg Demas, I think we figured it out last time around, and I've had the pleasure of meeting Greg, and I've just butchered your last name, Greg. My apologies. We had appointed him to, initially his application had said he wanted to be, I think he listed all boards and commissions. But then Ashley, after we notified him about his placement on Park Commission, he specifically said that was his mistake and he had intended to only apply for planning and zoning. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we do have a P and Z opening there. We also have Dave Bench. Love this guy. Man, love him. He sent us a message letting us know that he is still not into his home, but he hopes to be in the not too distant future. So we'll keep him on the list. And then we have Colin Harvey, who has a handful of opportunities or thoughts there. So those are you two. We didn't ever hear from Michael Hall. Is that correct?
I think Mike Hall is on the call right now.
Oh,
And
is he?
I did reach out to everyone who had an outstanding application because some of them had been in the pool for a while, and everyone responded that they were still interested and willing to serve.
Got it. Okay, so we have then, good to know. Thank you for the clarification, Ashley. We have Colin Harvey, Mike Hall, and Greg Demas. Sorry, buddy. For planning and zoning. And it is specifically position 3 for planning and zoning. Council?
Which application have we had the longest?
Dave Bench.
Other than Dave?
That's a great question. I don't have that information here. Ashley, do you have that information?
It's either going to be Colin Harvey or Michael Hall. I can double check really quick.
Michael Hall's been on the phone all night tonight in case
That shows some real initiative, I have to say.
Yeah. Well, let's see if
That
he's
counts
muted
for
or he's
something.
paying attention. Mike, are you here?
Oh.
Tricky. I certainly don't think that disqualifies him. I'll be honest with you. If I didn't have to be on here, I also would have muted it and fallen asleep by this point. So certainly no harm, no foul there.
Mr. Harvey applied on September 30th, 2020. And Michael Hall on August 20th, 2020. So Michael Hall has been in the pool the longest. And then for Dave Bench was also from September 30th, 2020.
Dave's day is coming. His day is coming. It's just not today.
I will also say that Colin Harvey, when he turned in his application, had lived in Rollingwood for only 2 months. So that
Oh, he didn't qualify initially.
when we changed the rules, right? But anyway, Michael Hall has been here longer and would have more background in the city and how things work. Kind of the same comment I made before is like, has seen the city outside of a COVID shutdown and just has a little more experience with the community.
But I do respect someone who moves in and thinks to apply for a border commission within 2 months.
Dude, you got to grab that naivety while it's there. I think that's
That
how
is
you got it.
admirable.
All right, I move to appoint Michael Hall to P and Z.
Second.
Motion from Gavin, second from Sarah. Discussion, council. Not hearing any. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Gavin Maskill,
Aye.
Amy Hundley,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Hi.
Welcome to the party, Mr. Hall. Thank you for volunteering. we've got a park commission vacancy, position 7. And we
I'm
do-
going to make a motion to appoint Chad Smith to the Park Commission. He's been a resident for 2 years and an active user of the park. So I know he knows it well, and I think would be a great fit on the Park Commission.
Second.
a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, council? Not hearing any. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
All right. Chad, also welcome. That wraps up, well, selection process. Last 2, standing agenda item update, discussion, possible action, pass a resolution. Not going all the way through it. Amy, do we have an update on South Mopac expansion?
No update,
No update.
unless you remind me what I forgot.
No, ma'am, not this time. Thank you, though.
Unless Wendy reminds me what I've forgotten.
Wendy, update. No update here. Okay, moving on to the Bee Cave Improvement Project. TxDOT is committed to co-sponsoring, or we should change that to say has now not committed. They decommitted as they let us know that we didn't move fast enough to meet their timeline. So that's okay. We're in the hopper for next 5 or 6 years for anyone that's interested as to why we try to keep projects on track. But I'm going to reserve my not constructive comments for the next time I'm having a something stronger than a coffee.
I'm still waiting for Epi to give us information on the safety project cost.
Okay.
So we've had a couple emails, but I haven't seen that final thing to bring back. But once we have it, I'm ready to start figuring out where we're going to get the money and letting people in the community help participate. And I think we have a lot of businesses that would benefit from improved safety on
Yep.
Bee Caves Road, and residents as well.
We
And
have
I
a lot
look
of
forward to
residents
people.
that can actually safely cross Bee Caves Road to enjoy the businesses.
Yeah, so it's going to be the low water crossing initially, but I look forward to giving people an opportunity to support our police department and fire department, other public safety responders by helping us fund safety improvements on Bee Caves Road.
Who'd have thought, given that we're an evacuation route, that they would have paid greater attention to securing that as a safe passage. But we can get there too. Thank you for the update, Amy. Wendy, did you have anything else to add?
Nope, I think we were all at the same meeting. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the chief making sure to advocate for getting some safety in that area when they have to close down the road. It doesn't solve our problems, but it certainly will make our officers safer.
Agreed. Okay, well, if there's nothing else on that item, we'll just draw attention to the fact that the reports noted items 28 through 38 are available for public consumption should you need a nap. And on top of that, I would ask if everyone is ready to adjourn on this.
So moved.
Right on. Yep, second from Amy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Outstanding. Thanks for everybody that stuck with us the entire time. For everybody else, check out the YouTube video. All right, guys. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Aye.